Good morning, everybody. Hey, we've got some crops to harvest today. I think we're all set for the drying house here. Hey, Kraken, how's it going? Now that I can actually walk around in here, I can double check and make sure that the image here that I'm going to post on Reddit is more or less accurate. I think it is. I also kind of figured out that we're actually just placing these in a windmill pattern. It doesn't really look like a windmill when you look at it in isometric view, especially with the way that the crop racks look, but the non-isometric view, this is the arrangement we're doing for our drying racks here. The fire pit, and then the drying racks are sort of like a windmill around the fire. And then there's fences. This is the ideal placement of the fences. I never needed to place any to the left or the right, which I think I figured out eventually last time we did this. Yeah, I did figure that out eventually. I think that means we've only got one redundant fence here. Yeah. Wait a minute. Nope. That means we're missing one right there. Fascinating. Oops. That means we need one more plank over here. Okay. Yes. No, it does not. Okay, so that's a good question, Kraken, and I was actually just about to type that out. The drying racks extrapolate temperature from the warmest tile of the 4 tiles around it. So these drying racks are comprised of 4 tiles. Whatever tile is the warmest is the tile I believe that the drying rack will consider itself to be. So all you need to do is make sure that one of the 4 is heated to the hottest you can make it, which the only control of temperature in the game that we have are fire pits. You actually can't see my fire pits currently because the fences are completely blocking them, and I have to have the fences there so that I can walk through these things. This is the optimal layout in order to actually have 16 or a ratio of 4 to 1. I would need to have more than 4. I would need to have more campfires if I did not have an optimal layout. But our optimal layout means we can use use less firewood overall to get the job done. But yeah, this time I actually decided to write down everything that I'm talking about, and we'll get it tossed out on Reddit a little bit later this morning. Of course, if I'm going to share it with everybody. Oh, the antique oven, by the way, that is the exact same amount of heat as any other fire source. This old stove right here, if I had placed one of those instead of a fire pit, same results. Also, same result as we've got a metal barrel oven that we made. We did something similar up here for leather drying, but we are not currently doing a leather drying run. I think we actually dried all the leather that we have currently. Yes, okay. So there is still a few of these crops are not yet blooming. It will not be long, though. This row of flax, this third row of flax here, I planted a little bit later in the season. So it will take a little bit later into January before we dry these, and that's perfectly fine. Because I do not know exactly how many... Well, yeah, I do. Hang on. It is 16 times 20. Oops. We can dry 320 crops at the same time. Another factor that I didn't really think about until just earlier this morning is that we need to probably take a break in between harvesting crops to read agriculture books. Yeah. Oh, no, yeah. I do not recommend spending a long time on Reddit. Personally, I do not. I drop by to participate in conversations once in a while, but never on a regular basis. I'll contribute posts here and there, but anyway, I think that means it's actually okay. We can go ahead and start with some of this barley. Or, you know what? We're not level 3 yet. We're not level 3 yet, and because of that, it would be just free experience to watch one of the tapes. I don't think I have it, though. If I did, it would be in here, but of course, all I have are Cart Zone tapes, right? So, where's my nearest video store? We got a video store in Muldraw and Riverside. The Muldraw video store is cleared already. Yeah. I actually cleared it and looted all the tapes and left them laying outside for pickup. I think we're going to do that. That's not a difficult thing to do. We can get that done before the end of the day today. Yeah. By the time we get back, some more of these crops will be blooming. Oops. Well, that's what happens when you miss the chair, or miss the door. Are we geared up for combat? We are geared up mostly for combat. Gonna go refill my agua. We are in weight loss, so we don't have to think about weight for a few weeks. And we are full up on milk for hunger reduction. We're good. Let us go, shall we? This is full of vehicle parts. We need an empty vehicle. Everything here is full of vehicle parts in it. Vehicle parts or ammo. You know what? Yeah, we're using the race car for this. The race car actually gives me an opportunity to tow something back with me if I feel like it. I know for a fact that I can hand carry everything that I need to, so the limited storage capacity of the car won't be a problem. Hello there. I did not want to do that. I hate it when I do that. I wasn't expecting there to be a zombie in the middle of the road right there. We literally came to this corner the other night to check and see if we had migrations towards this crossroads. And we didn't. And now we do. What an odd thing. Let's deal with all these guys right now. Oh yeah, look at that. Migrations near this street corner. What a shock. I literally came down here the other, like, less than a week ago. And I peeked into that basement right there. And none of these guys were here. This big old group, and they seem to have come out of nowhere. Oops. Oh, hello. Well, I have check 6. I'm not awake yet. Wasn't expecting to just dive right into combat here, but, yeah, respawns. See, this, I said respawns out of habit. But these are migrations. Respawns are turned off. Essen and Essen. So much for this being a one-day activity. Now, going from Phallus Lake to Muldraugh. 6 one, half a dozen the other. I'm going straight because this road I have cleared more diligently on my way to Jamietown and whatnot. I will be setting my cruise control for something like 80. Because this thing will go way faster than 80, but that's when its brakes start getting a lot weaker. Got to be able to panic stop. Well, I needed some leather. Let's get some more leather, shall we? Except they put the weapon away instead of getting it out. You know what? That one gets to escape because I made a mistake. Like I said, not awake enough for combat yet. I did the Philip DeFranco thing. I just jumped right into it. You know, I should mark on my map really quick that those wrecks are there. I think those are now technically the closest wrecked vehicles to base. So if I need some more iron pipes or something like that. Most other metal types I'm pretty good on right now, but iron pipes, seeing as we can't make them. See, right there, just now, I was going 90 and I didn't even think about it. These things truly are dangerous. Now that is supposed to be my turn almost all the time. Does that include... No, that does not include Muldraugh. Okay. So usually I take that turn when I'm going south, but we are not going south anymore. We are now going east. So for anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we are getting started this morning by headed down to Muldraugh for a quick journey to pick up some videotapes that I raided from the video store and left on the floor for pickup later. So really early on in this character's lifespan, when we did a little map exploration project, we stopped by the video store here, and I really hope I'm not confusing her with another character. I can't remember if this was something I did on a different... No. I'm pretty sure this was Dani. We're going to find out. One of the things I usually do with video stores is I'll go in there and I'll, like, pick up one of every videotape, make sure I don't get duplicates, and then leave the unique ones in a garbage bag out front. And I'm pretty sure I did that. That's got to be how I got Carzone episodes, yeah. My memories are starting to get jumbled now. Hello, Muldraugh. Alright, so this shopping center right here Did we loot the bookstore already? I can't remember. That's not what we're here for. I'm just curious. Yep, here we are. As you can see, 2 garbage bags on the floor here. Should be a unique copy of pretty much every videotape we could find. That does take up most of the room that we had in this vehicle. And nothing jumped out at me to tow back. At least not all the way back to... at least not all the way back to Phallus Lake. Yeah, we don't have a lot of time for that anyway. I'm going to go ahead and go for it. Well, I say that. I don't have any sports cars to mess around with. I hate smashing beautiful windows. No back door, though. I'm actually here for something very specific. Not just what I was talking about there. I'm here for the trash can. The trash can that you find in Pizza World or Spiffos are the biggest trash cans in the game. They can fit 6 to 5 encumbrance if you are organized. There's also some of these lights. I've actually wanted a couple of these for base, but I didn't. There was nowhere in Phallus Lake to find them. Okay, we're out of here. I just feel morally obligated to tow something back with me since I have the race car and I brought it here for that. This, whatchamacallit, bringing home a sports car will give us a little bit... I think we might have a better chance at getting mechanics experience since sports cars are harder to work with. I don't know that for sure, though. I would like to find out. If nothing else, more sports car parts. It also will limit our top speed, so I don't have to think about it. I don't want to say that I've already changed my mind, but I've kind of already changed my mind. I'm not gonna bring this car all the way back to Phallus Lake. I'm going to leave it here at Mass Gen Fatco, which is where we're going to base when we come to Muldraw. Right? You don't have time to think about a parking job. You're towing a vehicle. All right. And if I can consolidate all this ammo here that I'm not going to be actively using when we get here. I think I actually don't. No, I don't. Of course not. I left my backpacks back at base. So the amount of these that I can actually carry with me is quite limited. It would be nice to be able to say that I have all of my 12 gauge in the right place. I can leave this 38 special carton here because I will use it when we get here. 38 special I'm actively using as we speak. 9mm is basically true as well. So it's really just this 45 ACP here. I mean, I could be convinced to use 45 ACP, especially now that my reloading skill is up. 45 ACP can only be shot by magazine-fed weapons. And the magazines that you load 45 ACP in are pathetically tiny. 7-bullet mags. But it's actually not that painful if you just reload. You don't carry around spare magazines, just carry around one. Shove bullets into the magazine. That is a much more viable thing to do once you're high-level reloading. You gotta be very careful about those burned wrecks right there. Part of my highway cleanup operation when we get here, we'll definitely be wiping those out. Alright, so back to Muldraw with... Sorry, back from Muldraw with all of the videotapes we looted. You know... Okay. Tell me... Hang on, tell me I don't know what I did with the exposure survival tapes. There's only 2 in this bag, and that can't be right. That can't be right, that there's only 2 exposure survival tapes in this bag. And of course neither of them are agriculture. Farming, rather. That is... Well... I've solved one problem and... No, okay. That was not the most useful expenditure of time after all, because I could have swore that I had like a near complete set of exposure survival that we found down there. And if it did make it into one of those 2 garbage bags, then that means I left it somewhere else. Somewhere else that should have eventually made its way back to my base. And it didn't. So, the search for the lost tapes, I suppose. I'm not going to be searching any deeper for it, though. We've got crops to harvest. If we can't get to level 3 agriculture without harvesting crops, then so be it. I'm pretty sure I've done that almost every time in the past. at the very least, I do think we'll be able to make it back before bedtime. I had no choice. That's what I'm talking about when I say these brakes are just not good enough to be constantly going everywhere at that speed. And the fact that we were doing it at night made it even worse. And that one I killed on impact, so now I have a corpse in my road, which I can't move without severely inconveniencing myself. So all theories that I had about those crossroads being an unusually populated gathering spot for migratory zombies, yes, yeah, absolutely. I was questioning myself last time because I went down there after some time in last stream that we did, and there was nothing at the time. But now it's all but confirmed. I just find it extremely weird that there couldn't have been more than like a week and a half, maybe 1 week, 2 weeks. 2 weeks absolute max that elapsed between last time we were at those crossroads when they were completely empty. I don't get it. But as fate would have it, we now have tons and tons of ammo. Not that we didn't already. The Plunky Mobile here is assigned to eventually be one of my ammo carriers. It's been a logging vehicle in the meantime. We probably have enough logs for a long time. Let me log you long time. We also... Let me count exactly how many we currently have. We have 118 logs. That's over 1,000 encumbrance of logs. I think we're going to be okay for a little while. Yeah. Alright, so we have... I'm going to do a deeper search through my base to see if I can't track down my, track down that copy of... Track down that copy of Exposure Survival. I swear we had one somewhere. If it didn't make its way into skill magazines, did it make its way into memorabilia? Somehow Woodcraft Episode 7 did. So already I've got a organization problem with that. There's no surprise there. I definitely don't think it made its way in here. There's... Okay, now here's a discouraging thought. There's a possibility that it managed to get left behind in either Ekron or Irvington. Irvington I plan to go back to in the future, but Ekron we're basically done with at this point. Unless we somehow need to go get another rifle of some kind, because there are still plenty of rifles there. I don't know if you guys are looking at the screen right now. We have plenty of rifles. Rifles are not going to be a problem for a very, 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 very long time. I don't know if we have enough bullets to wear down all of the rifles that we have. any place that I would have put a videotape at this point has basically been consolidated properly. So, I got nothing. Well, at least I did make it home in time for bed. Let's sharpen our sword and then hit the sack. Alright, so here's the situation with agriculture. We're level 2 right now. So if we and we're level 2, but we've read the next book. So if we watched an episode of, you know, that recorded episode of the Exposure Survival TV show, which I'm almost certain that we haven't watched. I think we caught it live, but we didn't watch the recording. And you can watch them both one time each to get experience. That's alright. I'm not going to try any harder to find it, because we've got crops right out here right now. For all I know, we might actually get a level just from harvesting these. I'm going to start with the barley and the rye, because those are the ones I care least about getting total numbers of. Right, so as you get higher level agriculture, your yield, the amount of yield, like you get like a bonus yield, I think. So we are going to barley, rye, and to be honest, wheat too. I don't really care that much about high numbers. So we got, I think that's more than half a level from just one barley crop. Not quite, but we are very close now. That is agriculture 3. Okay, so that already got us 46 barley sheaves. So that is 46. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that. I got to get like a purple light bulb out here. But that is 46 sheaves of barley. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop 6 of them behind. And we'll combine those with however many we get from this barley here that is almost ready to harvest. I'm doing it in numbers, in multiples of 20, because 20 is how much you can fit on a single drying rack. So at long last, we are finally starting to load up these racks. And we're just going to go from left to right, I suppose. Now, in the past, I would do like a turbo click on these. Shout out to KTO. I don't think he's on today yet, but he showed me how to do this. Just drag it directly into the crafting station here. Then you don't have to individually click on all 20 crops. Game is very poor at explaining itself. I would have loved to be able to know that without having to figure it out randomly. So this takes 2 days. I'm not even going to bother starting it yet. There's no point. It will be ground. It'll be at a complete standstill until we fire up the fires. And I'm not going to start lighting the fires until all 4 of the drying racks around the around each of the fire pits are loaded, or at least around this fire pit, right? So we've got 2 out of 4 for this fire pit. You know, we probably do have something that qualifies as purple here. The open light here actually has its own unique violet-looking light bulb. It's like a dark violet, though. It probably would not... I don't know if I've ever put one of these in a floodlight, so I'm curious now. Oh, look at that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. 10 out of 10. I love it. I love it. That actually kind of looks almost like a black light. I mean, like you can see a little bit of... it feels like there's a little bit extra glow to the white of her hat there. I like it. I do. So that we got that light bulb from an open sign. So if you go to your local store that's got like one of those open signs in the front. You can just right click on it, steal the light bulb. I stole the whole sign because, well, I actually like the light bulb. I like the aesthetic of both, but putting the light bulb into a floodlight gives it a lot more reach. Now, we don't currently have a blue bulb with us, but we could probably go get one relatively easily. In fact, I'm going to go get one to replace the light bulb in the welcome sign. Or no, I can just use I think the other one we had here is a close second. Yes, this is like a sort of a darkish red, but I think it'll still look fine in the open light. Yeah, that's not bad. It's definitely redder instead of purple, but that's fine. The open sign is actually important to my reading experience, as I'm going to need to read a book in the not-too-distant future. So I do think I'm going to go ahead and continue harvesting. We're going to move on to the rye next, since that other barley is not ready yet. I'm sorry, move on to the rye next, because yeah, so like the barley, we had 4 out of 5, and then the rye, we've got 4 out of 5, so I'll hit it until we get our next level. Yeah, we're close. Yeah, we're close. If I had watched the tape, we would be there. That time we got 50. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and leave 10 behind here. Now, since we have enough firewood, I actually am, even though I'm going to be able to fill up all 4 around one campfire, I'm actually not going to light it yet, because I'm just going to... I would like to have all of them loaded up. So I'm going to hit the craft button. So there's 2 barley racks completely full. Remember, the fire is right here on this tile. And so the racks that are closest to it are here, 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 and here. So this one will load up next with 20 rye. Now, look at this. I've got to zoom this in, obviously, because this is really hard to see on most screens without display scaling. So I will open up a new document here, and we'll zoom in a little bit. So this is what it says. In progress. Progress 0%, time remaining 2 days, basically just 2 days. Temperature, cold, drying rate 0.0 times. Basically throughout most of winter, at night, your drying rate just stops completely. During the day, it'll go up a little bit. It's still, this is going to take a month or something like that. A literal frickin' month of my drying racks being occupied by something. And something I was talking about in my post here is that you can, if you don't have that many crops, sure, you can just set it and forget it. But remember, these crops have a freshness stat, so they will rot if you don't get them dried out at some point. So you can't just set it and forget about it forever. You've got to get the drying queued up. So that's why we have these fire pits, which I will... Now, I'm not going to start this one yet because I would prefer to just get all these loaded up and then manage all 4 fire pits at the same time. That feels like the most efficient way to do things. Do you gain more when you're farming? Yes, Tessia, there is a bonus. It is variable. There's a variable bonus. And that bonus scales with your level. So there is like there's a flat amount that you'll get no matter what, but then there is a bonus that comes on top of that. So now we have 10 rye sheaves here, and then we've got 6 barley sheaves. Just because you can fit 20 onto a drying rack does not mean you can dry different types of crops. I cannot put these 10 and then this 6 onto the same rack. I can't do that. It has to be all one type, which is why I'm just going to wait for these to be ready, and then hopefully I'll get something of an even amount. Leftovers, I'm probably actually just going to stick in the fridge and tough it out for a bit, because then I can, whatchamacallit, then I can just stick them onto a drying rack after everything else. Small amounts, I don't mind just setting it and forgetting it, because at that point we shouldn't have any competition left for our spots on our racks. So it is our second bedtime. I'm going to go ahead and sleep. We are so close to agriculture level 4. When we wake up tomorrow, I'm just going to harvest like one more. If I'm lucky, the barley or rye will finish growing. Yeah, look at that. The rye is blooming now. This should get us over the hump. Agriculture level 4. So now I need to go read the book. So we found 16 on that one. So I'm going to take 4 rye sheaves, so that we have a total of 20. These 6 leftover rye, I'm going to stick them in the fridge, because that is a leftover of a crop that I can't really double up on. If we end up not using all 16 drying racks for the flax, then sure, we can do that. Otherwise, it's fine. Now, one of the reasons you can't just stick everything in the fridge, every single one of these sheafs weighs 1.0 encumbrance. So, yeah, we will run out of fridge or freezer space immediately if we try to save all of these. Or even, you know, a meaningful amount of these. So we're starting next on this side. Rye sheaf times 20. I'm going to wait to hit the craft button for these until we have them in 4s. That will at least keep all 4 in a set synchronized. Agriculture books right here. 3 is the next one. Let's get those reading spectacles put on here. And we've got ourselves a nice comfy chair to sit in. Those make you read faster. I'm all but certain that the final barley will be done growing by the time we finish this. And there we go. Agriculture book 3 is read. Put away those glasses, put away the book, and resume where we left off. this rye blooming? Our barley, it's not yet blooming. Okay, so be it. Wheat is next then. All of the wheat is blooming. For some reason, the wheat turns yellowish when it blooms. Don't know if that's supposed to be what happens, but that is what happens. Agriculture level 5 before we touch flax. I had honestly hoped for a little better. But that's okay. So, who dares email me? Shut up. That's the second time you sent me that. Okay, now you're getting blocked. I didn't want to block World of Tanks, but, well, they want to spam me. They're gonna get blocked. Alright. So we had I think an odd multiple of 2 here, yeah. Otherwise, 140, that is 7 full drying racks, I believe, yes. This is going to get us pretty close. Well, actually, no, this is going to get us... Yeah, this is going to get us to the point where we can start our first burn. Yep. We are going to be ready for our first burn here, because this will fill up... we still have more to go before we finish the next level. We have to finish the next level before we can read the next book. So we're on track to be able to read a next book while the burn is going through, which is... That's the optimal scenario right there. Having a book to read will make the time go by. Oops, don't drop them on the floor, please. She dropped them on the floor, and now they're too heavy to put back in her backpack. And now I can't take them out. Oh, that works. Okay. I don't know why that works, but... I'm not going to question it. Alright, so as you can see, we now have 2 sets of 4 drying racks completely filled up and started. We're now on our 3rd set of 4 here. Because we have 80 wheat left to put on. Now, even though flax is the most useful, in my mind, of all the crops that we can harvest and dry, I'm still waiting. I was kind of waiting until last for that, because that gives us more shots at extra. I am quite patient. Sometimes. So we're just going to go harvest flax until we get... either until we get 80 flax or until we get the next level. I'm pretty sure we'll have no problem getting 80 flax. The next level is probably going to take more than what we have, yeah, to get planted. Okay. Because we only have room for 80 more before all drying racks are full. And this is why drying crops in the winter is an unfortunate necessity to actually engage with agriculture as it's presented in the base game right now. We ready over here yet? Nope. These leftover barley sheafs I'm going to stick in the fridge because I don't know how long their freshness stat lasts. Maybe it's actually really long. I don't really care. The point is, it has a freshness stat, and therefore it's going to go rotten someday. And I have room for it in the fridge, so I'm going to put it in there. Alright. Flax, we're going to just take it from the top. There's 21, 39, 49, 62. 75. It's all over the place. 87. Okay, so we've got 80 to stick on the racks, and then 7 left over. Yeah, I don't need this running while I'm not out here. So all of the fire pits in here are already loaded up with wood. We need only grab some tinder and get everything started. We will get plenty of tinder when we start chopping logs. I don't even understand why the dry hemp thing is in there, because it is impossible to grow hemp currently. Wouldn't it be amazing if whoever was setting the numbers in the vegetables comp file actually played the game enough to know that? I guess I shouldn't be too mean. I can only assume that the most charitable interpretation is that they are just doing a lot of changes to the system and they have not bothered actually dropping them on a live build yet. They're probably like saving a big agriculture overhaul at some point. That's the nice interpretation of what's going on here. Although I can't think of any interpretation whatsoever to make it make sense why they would change the growth time for these things to 108 days. Nothing about that makes sense. Literally nothing. It almost sounds like somebody who doesn't understand the agriculture system at all heard a lot of player complaints about growth times being too long and just went in there and reduced growth times without any understanding of the second order effects of doing so. I don't want to say that that's exactly what happened, but it really looks like that's what happened. Because I know the devs will sometimes actually pay attention if enough players complain about something. And I know a lot of players were complaining about the new agriculture system, because not a lot of players actually live long enough to engage with it. I have my own opinions on that. I personally think that people should focus a little bit more on actually learning how to live longer. But that's kind of beside the point. I do think that there should be ways to engage with the agriculture system that don't require you to live for months on end. That's just going to kind of rule out winter crops, though, because, winter crops, if you want to have growing seasons at all, winter crops are going to be very long-term investments. It just doesn't make sense any other way. I'm bringing upstairs a black denim fabric roll that we found. We could do a few interesting things with this. It's not that good for skill grinding because it will be gone before we know it. But we can do some fun things with it, maybe. I have, actually, in the past, I've tested this. You can make something that wouldn't normally exist in the base game. Like, you can make a black denim, what was it? I think there was a black denim, yeah, we could, make a black denim knee-length dress. Which that sounds kind of cool to me. A black denim knee-length dress. However, it's not like the other denim clothing in the base game. Other denim clothing in the base game has, a base level 20% scratch and 10% bite protection. Base game denim is actually pretty cool. There's a reason I always wear jeans on my starter characters. They actually prevent, they give you a slight protection stat. But I digest. I need to not sleep just yet. I need to get the fire started. I came up here for putting that away and getting some tinder here. One thing that my drying room here is actually missing is a bed. I'm going to go steal one of my neighbor's beds and sleep here. Not yet, though, because I've already got all the fires loaded, so I don't have to sleep here tonight. Let's just get the fires started. I think when we start them, we will be able to see the fire sticking up out of the... Well, no, we can't. Okay, so that's a little dangerous. I was really hoping the fire effect would be visible, so I would remember exactly where all the campfires are and minimize my chance of accidentally walking on top of them. These are not campfires, by the way. These are fire pits that I'm pretty sure you would never catch fire from standing on because you normally cannot stand on them. The only reason we can stand on them now is because we are exploiting a bit of a glitch here. Well, that's not a glitch. This is intended. This is functioning as intended. Right now, the devs make it so that people can just walk straight through any obstruction in front of a low fence. Anyway. So these are all lit for 8 hours, so I can just go back inside and sleep. We are good for a little while here. Yeah, I was really hoping that we could see the fire effect, because then it would actually make the screenshot make a little bit more sense. Right now, the screenshot I was going to use to give my dissertation to Reddit here, the screenshot doesn't quite make as much sense on its own in isolation. Yeah, I might actually have to edit it just a little bit. Seeing as that's basically what I'm going to be just, passing the time waiting for crops to dry. I'm going to go ahead and get the post finished up here and share it with everybody, so. I want to bring over this little text emoji here. So because we can't see the fire effects, I have to. There we go. And we can steal. See, I want to keep the main screenshot here. I want to keep it kind of clear. We don't want the full strategy. We'll put that on like a separate, the first image there is a separate one. Again, I know I always say this. I always do this. Whenever I have to emphasize, harvest in January. Oh yes, absolutely. Literally, me. I'm glad you got to engage with the system, because it is amazing. It is absolutely amazing. I am thoroughly disregarding any sort of sense of framing with this, and I'm okay with it. This is just a fun post for the most part. I think people will forgive me a little bit of kerning changes here. And you know what? We're going to make it even better. You know what? I might even... No, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. That's good enough. I'm good with it. I'm good with it. Long swords are basic. Okay, so the only thing that separates two-handed swords from katanas is crit rate. Crit rate and durability. So the crit rate of regular swords... what was it? Now I'm curious. I am curious because there is an objective, measurable difference. So all the other base stats I think were the same. Where is it? PZWiki. Here we go. Long blades. So if we sort by crit chance, katana is 35% for a 6 times multiplier at an attack speed of 0.5, long range of 1.4. Actual swords are a 20% chance of a 5 times multiplier, attack rate of same 0.5, with the same min and max range. So generally, most of the stats are the same, but the crit rate and the crit multiplier are both higher, and the durability of a katana is... Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Are you telling me that... Okay, the condition lower chance is lower. It's a 15% chance to degrade on the katana versus a 20% chance. And the max condition of a katana is lower than the sword? Are you kidding me? Wow. That's mean. But yeah, generally speaking, the katana is better in certain key respects. I thought the katana had a way bigger durability pool. Yeah, it's the durability gap is definitely not what I thought it was. All right. Now that we have had one sleep, and we're not too far off from our next, I need a crafting surface to chop this wood with. I'm just gonna go get the crate that I left inside there. I initially wanted to store firewood in this crate. It's not ideally positioned for that. Not anymore, at least. I'm going to place the crate just kind of right here so that it's within range of the wood there so we can chop it. Let me go get a hatchet. Hatchet lets you chop wood without using the durability of one of your axes. Pragmata. Don't know what that is. Sounds like something specific. Four, okay, so 4 each. Yeah, we got enough firewood on us. Oh, I don't really follow AAA ever anymore. Hopefully it's a good one, but I'm not even gonna look at it. I don't even look at AAA games anymore. If they're actually good, then the people who actually look at them can let me know at some point. I've got better things to do in my life than even consider looking at AAA games anymore. Alright, all of the fires in here are topped up. We can safely go back to sleep. I will go to sleep here. Let's just leave our kindling in here. Now look at that, the barley is ready. So we're not quite to 2/3 yet. The next agriculture level will probably come after our current harvest has finished drying. Now, once the stuff is finished drying, you don't have to rush to use it. The freshness timer is no longer a factor, so you don't have to think about maintaining freshness. You don't really have to do anything specific with it. I ended up just leaving it on the floor for a little while I started drying other things. Here's something we can do that would be very useful. We'll go get a bed to put it in the drying room. Then we will top up the wood, and then we will build a grindstone in the drying room. That is something that I did in my previous drying rooms, and it was a very useful thing to have. Here we are. The grindstone is this thing right here. This is what you do after you have pulled seeds out of your barley and your rye and whatnot, and you want to grind it down into flour. That is how you do that. But most important, going way beyond flour, is when you want to make vegetable oil, which can help you gain weight faster. That is what I use sunflowers for. I plant a lot of sunflowers, slap them under the drying rack, get seeds out of the sunflowers, grind the seeds into seed paste, press the seed paste into vegetable oil. The ratios are terrible. I feel like there's an order of magnitude problem with it right now. But a few rows of, I think our ratio before was, we planted 3 rows, so that's 30 sunflowers, harvested at max agriculture, and we ended up getting something like 7 vegetable oil. I don't remember if I had more than 3 rows, though. I might have had more than 3 rows. In any case, we came out here for a bed and then some stones. Need a crafting surface. Gonna get a crafting surface, get our stone tools. What we actually need are wheels. I keep saying grindstone. Stone mill, that's what I meant. Place cement, stone block, small stone wheel. We do have 1 small stone wheel, but that's not enough. We need 2. So what we're looking at right here is a total of 3 large stones, 1 to become a stone wheel, 1 to get split into 2 small stone wheels, and 1 for 10 stone blocks. Then we just need a little bit of clay cement, which I do still have some right here. We need a large handle. I should actually have one over here. Wooden rod. We do not have any wooden rods. That is a perfect use for that random tree branch I left here. we need to go top up the firewood. For that, I think I need at least 24 firewood. I will probably have left over, and that's fine. $24 is basically the max I should ever need to worry about carrying at once, unless I've made a terrible timing mistake. Wait a minute. Did I just... No, I didn't. Okay. For a second, I actually thought I walked right over the drying rack. We're good. Humble minimum. Yeah. No, that's true. I mean, the base damage is amazing in and of itself. But remember that damage... damage is one of those things that scales a little bit deceptively, because you also got to consider things like... Longblade is unique in that it gives you the ability to fight through debuffs better than any other weapon class. Axes can do that too. Axes have the insanest of the crit multipliers. Okay, now we are going to get a crafting surface, and then we are breaking up some stones here. What did I do with my crafting surface last time, did I? A sensible thing would have been to leave it in a duffel bag of some sort, but that's a gate bag. Could I just put it back in here? Somewhere in one of these things. How about Mason's trowel, Mason's chisel? I mean, no better time than now to assemble one. This trauma bag, henceforth, is my masonry bag. And therefore it gets a masonry chisel, masonry trowel. I need a club, hammer, wooden mallet, and then a crafting surface, which is just going to be a large cardboard box. I will exploit that as long as we can get away with it. The large cardboard box is but a 2 encumbrance item. Easy to pick up and put down, no tools required. And yet it is a surface upon which you can craft extremely heavy things. If anybody's wondering why I do it this way, it's a lot easier than actually clearing everything out of my inventory so that I can pick up something as heavy as one of these large stones, which weighs as much as a fridge. In the past, I would actually go out there with a vehicle and pick up a bunch. Sometimes it's still worth doing that, but now I would prefer to just bring the crafting table with me, because the weight of anything you make out of these things is much lower than the things themselves. Unfortunately, now we cannot carry much more than that. So I'm going to take the wheels by themselves here. So we've got our wheels placed over here. Now we just need 10 stone blocks. Break large stone into stones. Make stone block from stones. And that should be all the materials we need. And here, and stone mill. These are not movable once you place them, so place carefully. I do want to put a bed in the corner here, so that's probably a good spot right there. Don't want to overthink it too much. If I don't like it, I can always just delete it and make another one. It's a Freemasonry experience. Speaking thereof, spare bricks, they can go in there. I'm making it look easy here, but we have got so many logs on the floor there that getting all this firewood is pretty much never a problem for me. And collecting all those logs was made possible by the ungodly amount of rope that we have collected over the course of our character's lifespan. We've actually used, on our last shipment, we used almost every piece of rope we had to bring home as many logs as humanly possible in a single run. So the accumulation of a lot more effort than what is readily available on screen here. So that was not a full refilling, but that's okay. And I should just establish a bag of firewood here. One of the reasons I like doing duffel bags is because when you fill them up, it is actually not possible, well, generally speaking, not possible to fill them all the way up to the point where you can't pick it up without incurring a lot of trouble for yourself. Military backpacks are not like that. If I use a military backpack as a designated firewood transport, I'll fill it all the way up, and then it'll be too heavy to pick up, and that will defeat the purpose of a convenient grab bag. I'll take a calculated risk here and assume that, I mean, honestly, these crops we put on here shouldn't be that far off. Take a quick peek. Yeah, 18 hours left at 1.3 times. These will probably be done by tomorrow morning. I think we can afford to just harvest the next run and leave it on the floor. I think the freshness stat will keep for a day. I think that'll be fine. In a perfect world, I would just wait, but we've got a book to read. So harvesting a few more until we can read the next book is definitely in the worth it department. good thing about harvesting crops is it limit breaks your inventory size. We are now agriculture level 6, so I stop everything and read the book. We have a total of 89 flax. That is already another set of 4 there. I'm going to drop it in this corner here. And now what I can do, we're going to go get a bed and a chair. The bed so that we can sleep in there, and the chair so we can read books in there. Backpack is empty enough, yeah. There should probably be a single bed down here somewhere. Only a 7.5% chance to break it, which means we're definitely going to break it, right? I'd love to have this blue bed here. Seven and a half % chance. Let's go. No, we're good. Woo! Gotta celebrate. Take your dubs. I take my dubs like Grandpa takes his meds. Which is to say, not all the time. Gotta learn to do it. Taking the dub is important. Let's have a full-on couch. Why the fuck not? Let's do it. Let's treat ourselves here. I think I've got room for... that's pushing it. Speaking of pushing it, I don't think we can do this. Nope. Not without my... When guys want to take home all the groceries at once, don't tell them they can't, because they'll find a way. Alright, we're good. We got ourselves a couch and a bed, and we're carrying them both the exact same time. Can't move very fast, but that's alright. I ain't no hurry. I'm not Russian. We're European. Yeah. I wish sheets, we could place them on bed and also get a higher quality sleep. I'd be down for that. So before we can actually call it a good old home here, we do want to get a pillow for the bed. I had a spare right here. No, I don't. What if I made my own pillow? Do I have enough feathers for that? We've been gathering feathers from the chickens. We have 40 feathers. I don't think that's enough. Oh, we have way more than 40. Where did I put them all? Ah, in the, cupboard. And the only thing we can use is a cotton fabric roll. So we will be able to sew ourselves a pillow after we finish drying the flax. So that's all right. Do I have a... I do have a second one up here. I knew I had a second one somewhere. I shall definitely make my own pillow. Just because I can. I've never really had... Well, I've never really had a ton of surplus feathers while also being in a tailoring, leveling mindset. Okay, bed is now sleepable in. Let's top up the fires and read an agriculture book here. $15 used to be a perfect number because I used to do at least 5 of these campfires. Our optimization has reduced me to 4, and I'm here for it. I'm totally here for it. Take that with me. I really should have... In hindsight, this would have been the perfect spot for a door. I did not want to extend the corner of the room all the way out because this is an area that in the future needs to be kind of a drivable corner. Just like in my Riverside bases in the past, I did not want to have hard corners in the intersections in the middle, so that's alright. We got our firewood there. Let's go get our book. We are now reading Agriculture Volume 4. And this is where the... I can just walk straight through. That's where the low fences come into play. Yeah, I was kind of trying to hoping to avoid a corner like this, because then you can't really see my character. But it's not like there's much to see when she's not even doing the reading animation. We just filled them back up at like 1600. We should be fine until our bedtime at 2300. You actually, when you're refueling these camp or any sort of fire source, when you're refueling them, you generally want to avoid waiting until they're in their last hour or so of fuel, because then the amount of heat they produce has fallen off to the point where it's actually not getting the crops dried as fast as it could be. Right, so topping it up frequently, but not all the way up. Or, I mean, like, you know, more frequently than it needs to. Or it would seem that it needs to. I don't have solid numbers on that. I think just every 6 hours should be more than enough. So we're down to 2 hour, 44 minutes out of a max of 8. And we're doing 4 firewood in each. That's going to be... Okay. So 4 firewood in each means 15 is not enough. That means we need 16. Perhaps I should dedicate 2 duffel bags to this. Well, I may have just found out whether it's safe to step on these. It probably is. I'm being excessively paranoid. Yeah, okay. It's safe to step on fire pits. Not campfires, but fire pits. Because fire pits you're not supposed to be able to walk through anyway. We are maliciously exploiting low fences, and I have no qualms about that whatsoever, because all this is broken bullshit anyway. I'm engaging with the system honestly here, but at the end of the day, I can't even pretend like I am engaging with it as it's probably going to be in its final form. Not even close. So these should have no problem going through the night now. Let's just go get a second duffel bag. Now, I will not be able to actually pick up both duffel bags at once. A full duffel bag is always going to be way too heavy for anybody to pick up one of each, like 2 full duffel bags, unless you are, like, carrying literally nothing else. Because your max inventory limit is 50. That's the hard cap. A full duffel bag is 24. You would have to have less than 2 encumbrance of just stuff on your person in order to pick up both of these off of the floor. And that's okay, because what we'll do is we'll just use one until it's almost empty, and then grab the next. So we are only reading for like the next 30 minutes here. And then 2300 is our first bedtime. Technically speaking, this is now my safest place to sleep. Since there's technically a way that zombies could, if they knew how to path properly, they could get into my base. Where my other 2 beds are. Realistically speaking, their pathing will almost every single time they'll start slapping something before they get to me. Because if there was a zombie outside right now, what they would hear is the sound of the generator. And I think when there's a generator and they can see or detect a player nearby, they will start slapping anything in their path. So I shouldn't be so confident about this, because that means that my forge is one of the things they'll start slapping. So, yeah, I really do need to get my outer walls up. The lack of respawns has truly spoiled your boy. Let's top up the fuel, and then we'll read through the night. Oh man, imagine being allergic to chicken feathers and not finding out until after you made your pillows. That would truly be a shame. This isn't too bad of a ratio. We're doing 5 pieces firewood for each on this refill. And we can fit 15 in a duffel bag. I like these. I like solid round numbers. I don't know if you guys have noticed. I do enjoy these solid round numbers. Now, actually, this is probably going to be more fuel than it needs for this particular run. I think we're getting pretty close to the point where we're going to be ready for another... like, we'll be ready to pull all the crops off of these and replace them with newly harvested crops. We got enough on the floor here for one fire pit's worth. Yeah, that's true. This is true, Kraken. I would certainly like more factors to be involved with sleep, but not at the cost of all else that needs to be fixed in this game right now. That's probably priority level 1,000. As you know, if higher as you get closer to 1, yeah, that's probably like priority level 1,000. I'm perfectly satisfied with what we have right now, relatively speaking. In fact, I think I just saw some of them change color. It's a little hard to tell at night like this. But now we're close to second bedtime here. Putting my glasses back on. I think we've got some of them are done here. They do not always all finish at the same time. There's some variance to it. Yeah, they're very close. By the time we wake up from our second sleep, they will all be done. Which means I need to... I'm just going to finish reading the next agriculture book before we bother refilling any of these. Hey, Command, how's it going? We are getting some agriculture stuff done here. Our fall crops are being processed. So now that they're dry, there's no longer a time limit on them. They're one with the floor for now. We can literally just leave them on the floor. Don't have to worry about them rotting anymore. We ain't got no grain silos yet, so no nothing to do but just leave it. We could call this building my grain silo. We could do that. Yeah, why not? Aren't grain silos actually... Don't they have to be kept at a certain temperature? So aren't they like part of real world drying stuff? Preserving stuff that I'll never get again, Gray's Gray. I will never be able to have cheese again in this game, and I have some cheese from before the initial power cutoff. So if I turn off my generator and I leave it off, that cheese will go bad. So, and I mean, you know, there's all other things that I'm keeping in the freezer. Do I need cheese? No. Do I want cheese? You bet your sweet ass I do. I would not survive an apocalypse IRL if cheese was gone forever. I would need to have some somewhere every once in a while. Just some like aged cheddar or something, right? Some stuff that you don't actually have to refrigerate as much. Something that you could like get away with. I think there's certain cheeses that you could just keep in like a wine cellar sort of temperature and environment. Don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% sure. You might have to like do something to dehumidify it, because I think wine cellars you can allow to be humid, but I don't know that either. I don't know much about. My dad actually installed a wine cellar in the last in the house I grew up in, but I don't think he ever had a humidity management for it. I don't think he ever needed one because the house had an AC in it. You know, I don't actually know if we can limit breaker inventory size by taking stuff off of racks. Let's find out. We can. Hell yeah. Okay. I don't have to keep going back and forth then. We're breaking the conditioning. Rah! Bees. I have never heard of an association between bees and cheese. I mean, other than the rhyme. But I wouldn't discard it. I mean, I know that beekeeping is incredibly complex. There is another survival crafting game that I'm kind of playing off and on. I talk about it occasionally on these streams, but I always do want to shout it out when it's relevant. It is called Clanfolk. It is, if you've ever played RimWorld, Clanfolk is basically RimWorld Light, where there's a little bit of quote unquote combat, but it's not like people don't like kill each other through combat, and the most combat you'll usually see is just brawls between people, you know, fist fights. But it does have some really deep in the weeds complex things that were typical of the Scottish Highlands in the 1300s, which does include beekeeping. It includes some really weird things that I've never heard of before, like deer hound hunting, and yeah, other really fun stuff. But the autism detail that goes into that game is on par with, if not exceeding, that of the Project Zomboid developers. I am very proud of Blorf, who's the main dev of that game. He's done it all himself. That is a solo project. One of the things is we don't actually have a lot of floor space in here. It doesn't look like it because we can walk everywhere, but that's thanks to the low fences. Waxed cheese. Now that's interesting. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. That means, yeah, that's definitely a thing I would like to see in Zomboid then. I mean, I would like to see beekeeping regardless, but in the context of keeping cheese preserved, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I didn't leave any flax on the floor here, did I? Negative. Okay, so these 80 pieces of dried flax are actually going to go upstairs to our tailoring department, because that is what we planted it for. Flax is your ticket to infinite tailoring supplies, and we've finally gotten there. We do need to process it, though. Actually, now I just remembered, we do need to process it. The processing process requires some stuff we haven't built yet. A scutching board, a loom. Actually, let's just do crafting menu search for flax and hit show all recipes. Ripple flax, dry flax, heckle flax, spin thread from flax. So that's a spinning wheel, the last one. We already have that. Heckle comb and ripple comb. We need two things. And I think both of those are just the really simple carpentry recipes. It's only a question of how many logs each. So we go to the building menu, search for comb, and there's two of them, and they're both four plank recipes. Of course they are. So 1, 2, 3. At least I can carry 3. I'm gonna have to hand carry a few of those. Or wait, my backpack is empty. So the spinning wheel recipe, you do need to process the flax first. I believe. Yes, it has to be heckled. So you gotta heckle the flax first. I believe these are both, one of them's a 1 tile and the other is a 2 tile. I'm going to go ahead and continue exploiting the fact that we can walk straight through anything that's in front of a fence. Heckle comb is, yeah, this is the longer one. This kind of is going to make it look like a torture room in here. I'm the one being tortured, so I'll take it. And so there's a heckle comb, and then we need a ripple comb. Yeah, let's just put that right next to the bed, and let's just make sure we never accidentally fall out of bed. All right, you know what? I'm just going to move the light. It's fine. I'll just move the light. One of the reasons I put the light in this corner is because I didn't do windows in this corner. So yeah, I'm not gonna make it so that I impale myself if I fall out of bed. No, thank you. But that actually means. Right, so this is the heckle comb. This is the ripple comb. We actually do need one more thing then. That is the scutching board. and the sketching board didn't show up when I did a crafting menu search for flax, which is a little odd. I guess it doesn't have it in the name. Sketching board is a 2-plank recipe. Okay, let's go get 2 more planks then. Bay base next to Echo Creek. Spinning wheel guaranteed, and that's nice. I do have a spinning wheel of my own. I do not think that there are any special spinning wheels out there. There are special looms and pottery wheels. We do have the special pottery wheel. I think I saw a special loom, but didn't have the room to carry it with me. There you are, sketching board. Yeah, this we can put right next to the bit. That's fine. So that basically what you're looking at right here is all of the infrastructure to process the stuff that we're going to dry in here. Pretty much all of it. The only thing that we don't have in here is a hand-operated press, which is what we'll use after we do sunflowers, like way a long time from now, like 6 months from now in-game. We'll have some sunflowers harvested, and we'll be putting them in here to dry, alongside some corn maybe. I'll do a little bit of corn. Corn is one of those things that you can add it to a recipe both before and after you dry it. But it's rather specific. It has to be like soups, I think. And the return on investment is not too good on that. Yeah, I don't have strong opinions on corn. It works. But if you want to get the most out of it, you want to not dry it, which means that's a lot of fridge space. So typical crop problems right there. I have on the floor here. It's good to see that this flax is still fresh. That I'm here for it. Again, I don't know what these freshness timers actually are. They might be a lot longer than I'm worried about. And especially flax is so much smaller that even if it is a problem, 0.2 means I can fit, or it only weighs 0.2 when harvested. These sheaths weigh 1.0 each. There's no putting any of those in fridges. But they're also a lot less important than flax. So let's just get a 20-fold or a 4-fold of these. And then we have to finish the agriculture book before we harvest anymore. Alright, back to that reading thing. Wait a minute, did I start? I just might as well just start this this quadrant here. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't change the recipe. Shit. Oh, there we go. Okay. Got it. I tried, I put in the flax, and then I tried to click dry wheat. That wouldn't work. We cannot transmute our wheat, or our flax into wheat. Free wooden barrel collector. That's nice. Especially now that you don't break them. Oh, Boris. Sorry, I missed your question earlier. The fences... okay, so let's back up a little bit and remember that if you played Project Zomboid in the yesteryears, I think 41 and prior, the meta to protect your base against zombies was to put a low fence in front of a wooden crate, because that would make the low fence unattackable. The zombies are programmed to flip over things like low fences, but they would not be able to flip over low fences if it was blocked by something. So fence crate was basically your way to block zombie movement completely. The devs found that to be, a bit of an exploit, and I do agree with the fact that it was, exploitative, because that's not how zombies would work in a authentic scenario. I like to use the word authentic instead of realistic. I do appreciate that. But no, basically what they did is the devs came after that problem with a A bit of a flamethrower to kill a fly, because now they just made it so that anything you put in front of a fence, anybody can just walk straight through it. So I am exploiting the fuck out of that, because everything about what we're doing right now we shouldn't have to do. I should not have to be fucking harvesting crops in the middle of goddamn winter. That breaks my immersion more than anything zombie related in this game. So I have no problem whatsoever doing this fence no clip mode engage stuff here. I guess to TLDR it, this drying rack right here has to be within a tile of a fire pit to be useful. And the optimal arrangement for that is, where is it? Here it is. This is the optimal arrangement, a windmill sort of thing. You get your fire pit in the middle, drying rack, drying rack, drying rack, drying rack, and then you place fences like this on each setting like that, so that it every fence makes the tile in front of it capable of being walked through. So by having fences on both sides of the drying rack, we can just walk through the drying rack as if it's not there, which is something we have to do in order to actually get to the fire pit and refuel it. So, sorry, there really is no way to TLDR that, because it's a complex interaction of bullshit on top of bullshit. Most of it is bullshit that we shouldn't have to deal with. If the devs changed a few numbers in the vegetable configuration file, none of this would be necessary. We could just have indoor drying racks row by row, and we would not have harvested these these crops that are supposed to go dormant during the winter. They're supposed to bloom in early spring, like everything else on the planet does. It blooms in early spring. I digress. I've complained enough about the fact that we have to harvest crops in January. This is the only way to process crops, if you harvest them in January. And we're doing it as optimally as possible. And I was actually going to, now that I think about it, there's no better time now than to do this. You know what? Let's wait until the snow is on the ground. We can take another screenshot with that. That'll look nice. So we just finished the Agriculture Volume 4 book. So now when we go harvest more flax, it will, we'll get the most experience for it. And you do have a grace period after the crop starts blooming, right? It does actually give you like several weeks while it's in the blooming phase before it starts to get into the almost rotting danger zone, if that makes sense. So I'm dropping the flax that has been dried on the floor right here in front of the... Okay, so I kind of have these out of order. The ripple comb right here is, you use this first. You ripple the dried flax. Once you have the flax rippled, you then take it to the scutching board right here. And this is where the scutching board needs a wooden rod and a thin knife. This tripped me up last time. This actually really tripped me up last time because I didn't have a bread knife or a butter knife just laying around my base. It was never required for anything else objective crafting related. It always used to be just a little decoration or a meme weapon. But no, now it is an actual tool that you have to have. You have to have a very thin sort of knife. My hunting knife and my machete won't cut it for this. Get it? Won't cut it. That's actually probably part of the problem. It needs to be just, like a credit card thickness. But then, after you've scutched it at the scutching board, then you can go over here to the heckle comb, and you can heckle it into something that you actually can tailor with. So it's a 3-step process, so I'd prefer to do it in bulk after we've got all the rest of the flax processed, or if we don't have anything else to do. So off we go. We're going to start harvesting again now. And I do predict that we... Huh, now that's interesting. We got like 300 experience for that. So we might actually get close to the next level just by finishing off this row here. No, we're about halfway there. So that's all the flax that's ready to harvest. This flax up here, I planted like a week something after the rest of it. So this is less than a week away from being ready to harvest. But it's still, obviously, it still needs time. So we can go ahead and get everything that we currently have onto a drying rack. And I think we have enough racks for everything. 136. Do we have like a little bit more in the fridge? We do, hell yeah. So that is a perfect 140 flax. And I know for a fact that we're going to have a little bit left over. So I'm going to take these barley sheaths and we'll go ahead and do some barley. We'll just do the leftovers because again, it's going to be days before the other flax is ready to harvest. And in the meantime, we can just do all these. No, the leftovers, holding on to them until you have free slots. That is necessary because I can only do like 6 rye or 2 wheat at a time. I cannot mix them on a drying rack. I hope they do something about that because that doesn't make sense. Every single slot on this drying rack should just be an independent thing that processes independently. But whatever. This is actually kind of convenient. I don't have to worry about selecting the recipe before putting it on there. And just slap it on there and then make sure it's the correct one. Now that I realize that I'm getting a pretty reliable average of close to 20 per crop plot, that's going to help me in the future when it comes to deciding exactly how much of whatever to plant. I do get the feeling that it is going to be an ongoing subject of balance, how much experience I get. So I'm not even bothering trying to pay too close of attention to my leveling rate. It's going to be different for every character, probably. And I'm not really upset about that. So we actually will have two. We will have 2 crop drying racks that are not going to be used this cycle. Well, I suppose I could just go into the fridge and get the remaining, yeah, there's a little bit of flax. Why not? Let's just make it so that there's only 1. Didn't feel right to be putting 3 flax on a single drying rack, but if I'm going to be keeping the fires lit no matter what, might as well. Alright, now we get the fires lit again. That's going to take... quite a bit of firewood. Gonna fill up all bags here. Leave this bucket outside to catch snow. My lighter's still good. My lighter's down the home stretch. I might use up my lighter here. And that's okay. So we're destroying 7 per campfire here. We've reached that point where I literally cannot fit more in my inventory. That's annoying. Alrighty, folks. I think that has wiped out my lighter. Well, oh no. I underestimated. Lighters actually last quite a bit. Cool. Just looking at the bar, I was like, yeah, that's definitely almost empty. So we're actually a little bit past our bedtime. I'm going to top this up anyway. And as an overnight task, I should have shut that light off. We're going to need to refill my milk. So we are agriculture level 6.5 now. I think you stop getting benefits after like 6 or 7. I don't remember exactly, but we will. Can we? Okay, we cannot see the exact water level yet. Or do we have to do that? Yes. Okay. So if we inspect the crop, we can see the exact water level, like a little bar there. I think that means we've actually got all the perks that we can get. And the remaining levels are just window dressing, or, you know, chances at a slightly higher bonus, which is not really that important to me. It's the ability to see at a glance from a distance what the water levels are. That's probably the most important thing to, for agriculture for me. So I'm going to drop off the nails. And we're going to go top up the wood. And then we are going to get started with a little bit of scutching and processing flax. Okay, wooden rod and knife. Do we have any silver? We can always make our own knife. Yeah, I'm gonna make a couple of fine butter knives. I'm in the market for blacksmithing experience, even though we don't really need it anymore. We're already as high as we need to be. A wooden rod. We actually made one already specific for tailoring. But since I'm not going to be putting that up here. Oh, you know what? I do want to leave that up there because that is a tool for making rope or twine from dog's bane. So we're just going to make another rod. For that, we just need a stick, tree branch. Alrighty. It's already 10 a.m., man. I am, really dragging my feet. Alright, so that's the tools for that. So we can do 80 flax. We probably don't have much time for that. Yeah, we do like 60 an hour here. So, yeah, that's going to be like an all-day task doing all that. I am very close to the breaking point on my, replacing my mouse here. I might have to go open one of those boxes that I had shipped to me from Japan. Very close to the breaking point. My mouse is doing a lot of double clicks. Don't know if people are noticing that. It's subtle, but it's pernicious. And it will only continue to happen more often. Catch them all? I think I did. Yes, no, I did. I'm overthinking it, like I always do. It's in the stream title, buddy. Brazil mentioned. Got a fair few fair few of my regulars from Brazil. 6 months, 4 days, 11 hours is the Cardinals. The Ordinal is, what are we up to? It says in the title here. Day 181. Yep. Speaking thereof, definitely not good for my viewing numbers today. Rippling more flax. So this is causing me to sweat. Yeah, okay. Well, that's fucking irritating. Maybe I should have actually left these things outside. I don't even mind the fact that it causes me to sweat, but of course that means there goes all my water. I've just drained it all. Okay, you know what? Since it's going to be really hot in here, that's actually not the worst thing in the world. That's a perfect opportunity to do some laundry. Shield your eyes, YouTube. Little chilly, of course, if we're going to go take a bath in the lake. That's alright, that doesn't last too long. So that's all of the flax rippled. And I don't think there's literally nothing to do with rippled flax other than scutch it. So all 80 of that flax we can scutch, and we don't have to worry slightly about whether we should be leaving any behind. Thankfully this, comes with an extremely annoying noise. Ha! Wow. Okay. Alright. That broke the fucking knife. Fuck you too, Indy Stone. Fuck you too. So, what does that mean? That means I don't recommend bothering with mass flax processing unless you are already high enough level blacksmithing to have a billion knives. Because, yeah, at that rate, we barely did 10, 15. Yeah, it was fucking pathetic. Come on. There you go. Yeah, I might as well make like 6 of those. Well, let's go put our gear back on now. Put away the blacksmithing gear that we forgot to put away before. Yeah, no, that's and it's all it needs is a new switch when that happens. I think what causes it is, and this is why I think it just keeps happening all the time, is mouses are not exactly meant to be waterproof. When you have your hand on the mouse for like 18 hours a day, sometimes that may be a slight exaggeration, but you have your hand on the mouse for just God knows how long. In addition to wear and tear, that's going to get moisture eventually everywhere. Just the sheer Murphy's Law of having your hand on the mouse for that long, eventually sweat's going to get where it shouldn't get. And that's probably contributing to just the regular wear and tear on the Switch. So, in order to fix that, it is a fixable thing. Cherry switches for, clickers on mouses. I actually own a couple. They're right over there next to my, I think you can almost, no, you can't see to my over-the-shoulder cam. It's like, just imagine behind my monitor, like 6 feet in that direction. I have a couple of spare switches. But I'm not good at soldering. And the last time I tried to solder a replacement switch on a mouse, I destroyed one of these probably now well over $200 G600s here. So my first G600, that when it developed this problem, I tried to fix it myself, and then I destroyed it. So that's one of the reasons I went and bought more. I'm normally definitely one of those guys who's like, yeah, let's go repair them. But if I can't pay somebody else to do it for me, and I can't do it myself without breaking it, then I'm just going to buy a new one for now. Eventually, I'll level up my soldering skill, IRL. I'm going to make a little array of how many knives we break doing this, because it's going to be funny. At this rate, we will break several of these things, easily. Oh, the fires, of course. I was supposed to refuel it earlier. Off. Did I not refill it earlier, or did I? I literally can't remember. It's better to err on the side of just doing it. Now, there's nothing I hate more than the fires getting desynchronized because they were right at the cusp of needing more firewood. End up putting 3 logs in one and 6 in another. It just pisses me off. Not even for really any good reason. I built this for the explicit purpose of synchronicity. I'm gonna enjoy my synchronicity, damn it. Yeah, and that's the funny thing. Louis Rossmann often talks about the economics of repairs. For me, price is not an object. These things are not being made anymore. I don't care if he charges like 150 bucks. That's still cheaper than getting a new mouse, and it's preserving something that is no longer in production. So for me, like when it comes to these things, price is not an object. If I had not completely cooked the motherboard of my other G600, I would pay well over 100 bucks just to get it fixed. But I think I may have cooked it to the point where I don't even know if fixing it without like completely... You'd probably have to print like a custom piece of a PCB, because I think I actually cooked off some certain parts of it like completely. Again, absolute idiot with... I'm not even going to blame myself for not being good at soldering. It was the first time I'd ever tried a small electrical thing. I've soldered wires before, but that barely counts. I mean, you're just tinning it up and making it so that they don't disconnect from each other. Soldering wires is like a permanent, splinch or whatever the fuck it's called. Not splinch. What was the word? Crimp. That was the word. My buddy's an electrician. He told me what to do for that, but it's not like I actually managed to commit all of it to memory. Anyway. You know what? My military pants got a little bit of dirt on them. I am literally at water cap, so it is not actually a waste of water for me to just wash it. It's water that is not refilling anyway. Right, yeah. That's what I figure. You know what? I'm gonna do it. There's not too awful much I have to do now that I've scutched and rippled all the flax. No, I'm not gonna. Okay. I could leave her to do this while I go replace my mouse. Right? Just have her. That's gonna be extremely annoying. The hammer. Dunk, 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 dunk. I'm not gonna subject you guys to that. I'm not gonna subject myself to that. I don't want to hear that noise right there for the next 5 minutes. Fuck that. That's what you'd have to do if you're playing multiplayer, by the way. Can't fast forward in multiplayer. Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that. It broke a knife and automatically went to the next one. Must be functioning as intended. We're going to break our wooden rod, too. Sorry, I know that was obnoxious, but we're done with it for the immediate moment. So now we have 2 broken knives. Just leave the intact ones on the floor there. We'll need them. So that's a total of 80 flax seeds and 80 scutched flax. We can actually mill the flax seeds into seed paste, really? Huh. I have literally nowhere near enough. Okay, so we need to... This is one of the things I was talking about earlier. The ratios are fucking cooked on this. 30 seeds to make 1 seed paste. And then the oil press wants 30 seed paste to make 1 vegetable oil. So if we wanted to make vegetable oil out of flax, that is 30 times 30... 900 seeds. 900 seeds to make 1 vegetable oil. I know there's not that much oil in a seed. I think these ratios are fucked. That does not sound right. 900 seeds for 1 bottle of seed oil. I don't know. I'm no agriculture expert in real life. That just sounds really fucking wrong, though. Whatever. That just means that having 80 flax seeds literally accomplishes nothing for me right now. I'm just gonna go put them in my seed container. Suppose I might as well open the rest of the flax seed packets that I already have here. Add them to the mix. What am I doing? Yeah, sunflower seeds, right. That's actually usually what I would do this for because the ratio of seeds that you get from each plant is like much, much better for sunflowers than it is for, what's it called? For something like flax. So what I did was I opened packets of things that I'm either never going to plant again or that I have some use for immediately here. Okay. I do have to step away briefly, IRL. I won't be gone too long. Just got to swap my water out here. And I am going to go ahead and get a new, I'm going to get a new mouse out. So that'll be a thing. Let's just chop one. Get the feeling that we're like close but not quite there. Should have like a little bit of firewood left. Oh, I put the right here. Yeah, that should be like 15. We should be good. Well, no. No, we need to go chop one more. I fast-forwarded a little longer than I thought there. Yeah, that's what you gotta do. Gotta go AFK. That's what my buddies would always do. We would always have books for everybody to read, and they would just park their characters and go AFK. I think my buddy actually, my buddy who got me into this game, he's a mini painter. He enjoys painting minis. I think he actually got to a point at one point where he would actually just he would paint some minis in the background and just leave the game running and be within, you know, like viewing distance to keep an eye on things and swap books when it came time to it. I can't imagine that was very compelling gameplay, though. I mean, he doesn't play anymore. None of the guys who got me into the game still play. I do like to imagine that they'll probably be interested in trying it again when 42 goes stable. Because I think their biggest reason they don't want to mess with 42 is just it's unstable, which is a perfectly reasonable take. So one of the things that I hope to do here on my channel is warn people ahead of time what they're in for before they try B42, or before they get too deep into B42, I suppose, wherever humanly possible. So I'm just going to start with 20 of this because I can't remember if there was something else that we needed to do with scutched flax. So 20 is only like a fifth of what we have. So now we have 20 heckled and 20 20 heckled and then 20 tow, which is like a leftover. Okay, so yeah, basically it's a one-way trip here. It's a one-way trip. You ripple it first, then you scutch it, and then you heckle it. It's really, I find it really stupid that they cannot just combine these three things into one workstation. Just give us a flax workstation, for fuck's sake, Indy Stone. I understand that they want their realism, especially when it inconveniences the player. But really, I'm looking at these things, and you're going to have a hard time convincing me that you can't just put them all on one, like, work table and just make it so that the parts are foldable or something. Fuck, I'm like a level 3 carpenter in real life, at best. Probably level 2. And I could probably think of something to do with that. Yeah, I'm going to stop there, because if I complain too much more, might not stop. Let's go ahead and get another bag of wood going here. I'm going to do 2 bags of wood. $15 and $15, that's 6 times... Yeah, let's do 6. This might be the last time we need to chop wood. I know we're way past the halfway points on the... total drying process for this. Now, that being said, we will always have use for firewood, whether it's drying leather, which we can actually, if we wanted to, we could turn this into a leather drying room. The size of the large leather drying racks are the same as the large crop drying racks. So all the work we did here, we could just pick up the large drying racks and put them on shelves or something, and then go make a bunch of large leather drying racks. But in the current phase of the game, in the current build, that doesn't make any sense, because that would just mean that we had somehow killed a herd of 16 cows and needed to dry all the leather from them. I can't imagine any world where I would kill 16 cows back to back. It just doesn't make sense. Medium leather, maybe there's a pack of pigs that I just can't save, and they're going to be stressed the rest of their life anyway, so maybe coup de grace. But no, right now the only way to get large leather is cows, so I just don't see that happening. Maybe in the future when there's other sources of it. There's probably going to be horses in the future. I still can't imagine myself ever killing 16 horses in a row. Yeah, this is definitely an agriculture thing here. Well, and there's another thing, Kraken. When it comes to completing all skills, leveling up all the skills, I have said this before, that's a bit of a meme. I'm doing it here on stream because I don't mind absolutely burning a lot of time, and I don't mind trying to do everything at once, because that's kind of what you have to do now in single player. Because unless you want to play multiplayer, there's no NPCs to fill the gaps. But in multiplayer, you're actually supposed to have people play designated roles. That's supposed to be part of the appeal. That's what they're balancing the game around, is either NPCs or other players. So if you're playing multiplayer, but you don't have other players filling certain niche gaps, you're gonna not have as good of a time. I mean, you'll probably still have a good time if you're playing with your friends. If you have those kind of friends that can turn anything into a good time. But there's probably going to be diminishing returns on that, is my current estimation. I don't know if we had enough of a sleep just now. I don't know. But we'll proceed. These might be done. Yeah, these are basically done. We're not refilling refilling the fire until we are... Yeah, these other flax have not gone ready to harvest yet. The whole point of the current system is that it is supposed to be very, very difficult to level skills that you don't have any innate talents in. I think they're trying to add more, or at least the goal that I heard was they want to add more profession crossover stuff. So like somebody who is a blacksmith will have less trouble learning welding. Maybe they won't start with any bonuses in welding because it is a different skill. But at the end of the day, you're using heat to shape metal. So you have that foundational understanding. You're just using different tools. And although there is a lot of difference to those tools, it's not as big of a leap as it is learning a completely new skill from scratch, is the point that I'm trying to get at. And I think the devs have said something to that effect in the past. I don't think I'm just making that shit up. But I can't remember where. It would have been one of their dev blogs. The one silver lining to B42 is that I don't have a billion new devlogs to look back through. I have a few, but they have gone very quiet on the devlogs since 42 dropped. I should have shut all these off at the same time. Alright, so same deal with the barley, rye, and wheat. The leftovers we dried, we can just leave it here for now because there's nothing else to do with it that is time sensitive right now. And even when we're ready to use it, nothing we do with it is going to be skill building related. It's literally just for funsies. Right now all you can do is make flour with it, so hardly a extremely compelling system. I should have put those flax seeds away. That's something I probably should consider. I don't think I was definitely higher level maintenance last time I did a mass flax scutching. Yeah, that may have contributed to the fact that I already broke 2 butter knives and like one is almost broken. So we can spin thread now as much as we want from the heckled flax, but we can also turn the heckled flax into something... Well, actually, no. A loom is not just useful for flax. It's also useful for everything else. A loom is... it just requires thread. So if you get like 100 units of thread from something else, you can make cloth. Now we can only do a simple loom. I think I've already parsed all the basements here. You know what? I think we're gonna go on a side quest. I think we're gonna go on a side quest because I could use a change of pace. Doing nothing but processing crops is a little bit draining. I'm sure anybody would understand that. So after I step away IRL in a minute here, we're going to go to Riverside and go on a basement tour. And we're going to screw around with basements. I feel like we will probably find ourselves a loom in somebody's basement. Yeah, that's not too big of an ask right there. I know they spawn in them. And in the meantime, there will be plenty of other things in basements that will be useful to us. Even in late game like this, basements have a chance of spawning something pretty decent. So I could just make a simple loom, but I want more than that. Also, the actual loom looks cooler. So yeah, I'm gonna chance that. Can I sleep right now at 10 a.m.? I can. Okay, so that's a good thing. Otherwise, I was gonna get tired early because of the stupid nightmare. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Now here's something that I can do that's not going to make annoying noise while I step away here. I can start threshing some grain here. Or actually, we could just get started with some of the flax processing. I think the first phase here doesn't actually make any noise. No, this doesn't make any noise. So I will go ahead and get started with this, and I will be right back. And then we'll do a side quest. One moment, folks. All right, folks, I am tentatively back. Appreciate everybody sticking around. So, for anybody joining, welcome. I noticed that my viewer count doubled. Not a lot of fun stuff going on in the immediate moment, but we do have some interesting things in the horizon here shortly. We're going to go on a basement tour in Riverside to see if we can find some stuff. In the meantime, I am going to try a new mouse. So I usually use a Logitech G600. This is a Logitech G600i. Sorry, not Logitech. This is a Logicool G600i. Logitech stopped producing the G600 for all Western audiences, but over in Japan, their offshoot brand for Japanese customers, Logicool, is still producing the G600i, which, as far as I understand it, is exactly the same mouse. It's the camera's flipped, but yeah, that's Logicool. So I bought these on eBay from a lovely gentleman in a Nihon, and we are about to see, theoretically, because I mean, obviously, if all the internals are the same, then I should just be able to plug it in, and the Logitech software that I got running down there should recognize it as a G600, and all of my settings, custom macros, all that stuff, should still be active, and I shouldn't have to reprogram it or anything like that. But I don't know. This is new waters for me. Wasn't expecting to do an unboxing stream today, but here we are. And if anybody missed why I'm doing this, my current G600 is still functional, but it started doing double clicks, and the amount of time, or the amount of clicks that are becoming double clicks instead of single clicks, has been going up and up and up and up. It is now actually annoying me. So, first thing I'm noticing that's different is the cable is rubber instead of twisted fiber. I'm not mad about that. I don't really have a strong opinion. I suppose I kind of did like the twisted fiber a little bit. But I don't think this is going to be something that objectively, measurably impacts me. So, moment of truth, my USB cable may require me to stand back up here. The way I have my USB stuff, I don't know if I've ever really talked about this, it's all my mice obviously on my right side here. So what that means is I have to have the mice plugged into a USB extension cable that goes all the way around my monitor and then over to my PC, which is like a total of 4 feet or so total cable distance. But yeah, the extension cord from the previous mouse is still there, so just gotta find it. Got it. Can't see it, but it's there. And I already see it glowing the correct color. It is glowing the correct color, and that is a very good sign. By default, it does rainbow vomit. So if you plug it in, you plug one of these in for the first time, you get the rainbow vomit bullshit. You know, starting with younger millennials and definitely moving into Gen Z, everybody's got to have their stupid RGB colors, constantly flashing rainbows on everything. Literally the first thing I did when I bought this initially was set it to the correct color. I love it. I love it. It feels exactly the same. Okay, I'm a very happy man right now. I'm curious if G Hub even recognizes it as something other than a. It doesn't. It doesn't. It thinks it's a G600. What the fuck is this G609 bullshit? Literally just taking their own product and rebranding it for Nihon. All right, so I do need to plug it back in for a second here. I need to rethread the cable the way it was before. That's going to take about 30 seconds here. Hang on, bear with. All right, so as I already did confirm that the DPI and the colors kicked over, but now we can confirm that the bindings kicked over. So the side of the G600 is just mostly just number keys. So whenever you see me switch weapons, for example, I'm doing it with my thumb on the thumb grid here, which gives me 1 through 9, and then the remaining, what is this? This is, there's 12 buttons here. So that's 1 through 9, and then undo, redo. So Control Z, Control Y, and then G20, the top corner here, is actually a button that's not on most keyboards. It's F15. So the function keys, which go up to F12 on most keyboards, don't go beyond you don't usually see F13 through F24, but those technically exist in the key code spectrum for most engines that read key codes. There are some extremely degenerate video game engines that don't actually read raw key codes. I couldn't think of an example off the top of my head. I think I couldn't remember if it was Unity or Unreal. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't remember. But that doesn't matter now, because we're not playing one of those silly modern engines right now. We're playing a good old-fashioned Java engine. And what makes this mouse so special? This is a triple button mouse. It's kind of hard to see from the picture here. But this, there is a ring finger button. So there's you get your left mouse click, your right mouse click, and then you get your ring finger mouse click. I don't usually use that in Zomboid. That is a first-person shooter button for me. So, fun stuff. I enjoy it. It's regrettable that I can't tell you where to buy these, because Logitech doesn't make them anymore. I'm fucking... I'm not gonna tell you how I really feel about that. All right. I'm just gonna do like 5 more of these so that we have 100 rippled flax. The only thing that feels different about my mouse right now is the, what is it? The buttons are a little bit, what's the right word? There's, it's like the tactile version of new car smell. It's not even smell, it's a feel, but like I can feel, it feels new. It feels like new plastic. Nothing wrong with that, just different. You can definitely feel the difference between new plastic and weathered plastic if it's on something that you use as frequently as a mouse that you've been using for... Oh, when did I buy this? I think I started using G600s right around when I first started uploading Darktide videos. I remember now, because I was using one of these things. This is a really old mouse that has the exact same problem that I was just replacing the mouse for. This is a Corsair... Scimitar, I think. Yeah, Corsair Scimitar. Not a bad mouse, per se. I just fucking hate Corsair's software with the fiery passion of a billion suns. I hate Corsair's software so much that even though this mouse is almost as good as the Logitech G600, minus the ring finger button, same thumb grid, same positioning, same... You can get the same feel if you tweak the DPI enough. I don't ever want to use Corsair products again on principle until they do something about IQ. IQ is just such garbage. Such unbelievable garbage. Okay. Click test. Okay, feeling good. We're not going to know how it feels in combat until we actually get in combat, so... now, if we are going to go in the direction of... Riverside, which we are, I'm going to need to... What am I going to need to do? You know what I'm going to do first? I'm going to kick in the music, because the game's music died a while ago. I apologize for not putting it back on, because I have the capability to do so, and I usually prefer having some music on. So this vehicle is full of good vehicle parts for heavy duty. So we can put it like right here-ish. This one is also full of good vehicle parts for heavy duty. However, I would like to just take it with me. Because it was going to be a question of whether we do the race car or something like my ambulance. Can I repair engines? I can. Very inefficiently. But you know what? I think I will take my ambulance. I think I will take my ambulance because we can go to like the Riverside junkyard and harvest a bunch of engine parts from all the vehicles up there. Yeah, okay. So I don't need to take this fire truck with me. Now, that being said, the ambulance has a very damaged engine right now. It will probably cut out on us on a few times on our way up. And that's not the worst thing in the world, just something to be aware of. I'm going to establish a sort of survival kit here. Doesn't have to be anything. Now I know what it is. This mouse sounds a little different when I click it. I wonder if they do have a different switch in it. It feels like there's a slightly increased, ever so slightly increased resistance when I click, which that makes perfect sense. Been a couple of years since I've had a fresh one of these. So it could just be straight up wear and tear. So we had 2 engine parts on the floor there. We never really did collect much. It was just for vehicles we disassembled with welding. Speaking of welding, I should be carrying around a torch, but I'm not. I should also be carrying around military backpacks, but I'm not. We're going to fix both of those things. What the fuck did I actually do with my backpacks? Usually, oh, there they are. They're blending in a little bit with the ground. Oh, they're just carrying suspensions. Okay. I don't even really have a solid destination for this stuff. Let's put it in one of these trailers for now. Yeah, we'll just put perfect condition, heavy-duty parts into trailers here. But they gotta be perfect. I will accept no substitutes for perfection if they're gonna go in something as valuable as a trailer. We found more on this character than most of my other characters combined, but doesn't matter. Back in my satchel where they belong. Now, whenever I have a perfect ambulance, I always put the necessities to establish a campsite in it. So that's going to include this high-quality sleeping bag, the only one that I have, and the tent. Now that means we're moving everything off of the driver's seat, though. Driver's seat gets the tent. We're going to find a spare tire pump up there. That's not going to be a problem. It is axes that I need to bring with me. I'm going to defy tradition. I'm also going to carry around a spare pair of boots. And also a fire extinguisher. That's the kind of thing that I really should be keeping in the fire truck, if only for thematic purposes. It's alright. One of my battery chargers can go with me. There will be another one at our destination. That's not a bad glove compartment for a heavy duty. The extinguisher is definitely TBA. I probably am going to wait until tomorrow to deploy for this. We are not going to go as far as... Actually, I was just about to say we're not going to go and start transferring the stuff from the trunk of this truck, but there's no reason not to. This state trooper truck here was supposed to be my ambulance until I got an ambulance, and now I have an ambulance. So, this isn't really needed anymore. At least not in any unique sense. I will still keep its field kit in it, at least to a certain extent. Yeah, we can't make room for an extinguisher. I need to have a crowbar with me out in the field. I think I can let go of the carpentry chisel, but... I mean, even that... I'll just leave the extinguisher up here. We'll decide if we want to put it in the vehicle later. I haven't yet reached the point where I feel like it's necessary to be carrying around spare coffee in my combat vehicle. Specifically my combat vehicle. Definitely in one of my expedition vehicles, though. Which those are already allocated into duffel bags, so I don't have to think too hard about that. How's my sword holding up? It is great. Machete is great. Hunting knife is one of the ones that is much lower condition here. These are slated that someday maybe I'll reforge them, but right now I just need to not be carrying them around out in the field. Those are for things like bulk carving activities, where I don't really care, because if your knife is lower condition, the carving process takes a little longer. But if I'm out in the field and I'm carrying a knife, it's a tool, yes, but it's also a weapon. It's the only thing I generally carry around that can poke zombies through a fence. So that is a factor. I'm hesitant to... No, that's fine. Most of what I have over in the ambulance passenger seat, a portion of that is armor. But I'm not seeing a lot of other armor items that... I mean, like, for example, there's a khaki vest in there. A vest is like an orange vest or a khaki vest. One of those things that I would almost never use, but I would keep it as part of like a camping kit, right? Because whenever you go camping outdoors, if you don't have a fire going all night, then you're going to get really cold sometimes. Like if I had to camp outdoors right now, I would put on a khaki vest, in addition to some other warm layers that I could be putting on. And if I could do that, then that would dodge... I don't think I would even get cold at all if I put on the khaki vest, tank top, and hoodie with the hood up. Because I don't usually carry around something that gives heavy insulation to the head. But the hoodie, when you put the hood up, that's just a bunch of insulation to your head. And then, of course, you can put more insulation to the head by doing the scarf over face with your shemagh. So wearing the shemagh up like this and then a hoodie with a hood up, that instantly puts my insulation levels to the head skyrockets. And then you can see here my chest still could use a little bit more insulation. That's where the both the hoodie and the vest would be covering the chest. And like I said, at that point I could literally sleep outdoors completely. The only thing that can cancel out all of that is wind chill. Wind chill is a bit of a wild card. With enough wind chill, it literally doesn't matter what you're wearing. You will eventually get cold without body heat gen. Body heat gen, if you're in heavy combat, it doesn't matter how lightly you dress, you're probably eventually going to get hot. Even if it's windy. Because body heat gen can kind of go nuts in this game. Alright, you know what? As an overnight task, I'm going to go ahead and drive up. Especially considering I might have to, well... No, I'm going to go ahead and drive up. Before we depart, I'm going to open one box of 38 Special. So that is still my go-to platform. And for shits and giggles, I'll take 2 boxes with me. It's lightweight, that's the best part about it. Literally can fit 133 into my bandolier. It's great. There's also a part of me that wants to start carrying around a rifle. But one of the things that I've been telling myself is that when I start going rifles, I really want to do 357 as my go-to, my carbine, because then I can do a 357 carbine on the back with a whatchamacallit, patrol revolver on my hip, big iron on my hip, as it were, and they both pull from the same ammo type. So I could basically just have in my bandolier nothing but 357 in the bandolier, and be able to reload a rifle and a handgun from that. Is there anything holding me back from just doing that now? Not really. That would change the fact that I'm carrying around the SN38. I do like it, but it's... Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a weapon shift here. I think I'm ready for a weapon shift. So that means I'm going to box up the 38 special ammo here. That's interesting. The side buttons also have that same little extra resistance that I'm not used to. Now, nothing is going to beat 38 special in terms of it being the lightest weight ammo. There is no ammo lighter weight than 38 special. It's also the shortest range, though. So by carrying around something slightly heavier, we're also able to shoot much farther. I've been holding out on that because I don't know when it's appropriate to start assuming that your aiming skill is high enough. We're currently aiming level 5. So I'm going to just basically give it a shot, see what happens. Get it? Give it a shot. It does feel a bit presumptive to take an entire carton of 357. I'm going to do it anyway. So the long gun variant is a L92. And there, as far as I know, there's no attachments you can put on an L92 except for a ammo straps, which this character has never seen. And since we didn't see one in Guns Unlimited, I'm starting to wonder if they even exist anymore. We have gone through all of Guns Unlimited, every single ammo container. We did not find a single ammo straps. I think they've been removed from the game. If they haven't been removed from the game, then astronomically bad luck. But I'm pressing X to doubt on that. So we do need to put away the SN38, though. Because now that we are carrying around both a kit, ankle weapon, and 2 primaries. Now, if I was not yet strength level 10, this character started there, so we don't even have to think about this. But if I had not been strength level 10 from the start, I would not have... I would be okay with carrying around a little bit extra stuff. But now, I don't really care about passively getting strength experience, because I'm already at the max. So I do not care about being strategically over-encumbered. Therefore, I will not go out of my way to be strategically over-encumbered. room for 1.1 in the glove. Something about that feels off. Okay, now that's an important breakpoint. With our backpack cleared of all but the essentials, whenever we pull out the back weapon, or a sword, or the machete, we are not in stage 2 encumbrance. So that's an important breakpoint that we've hit. I think our kit update... Oh, actually, still need to get this SN38 out of my kit here. Okay, that's perfect. So I do still need to have a weapon in my hand if I'm going to overload my backpack. But now, I think we are... Yeah, we're mobile. We're much better mobile now. I'm going to go ahead and go to bed now, since we are close enough to bedtime. You know, I know that today's content is not overly compelling, so I do understand if people drive by and find it not as good as other streamers, but there's also... I feel like YouTube might not be recommending me today, and it might be because I didn't change my thumbnail sufficiently. I think YouTube punishes you for using the same thumbnail over and over again, and I'm also starting to think that if the thumbnail has only been ever so slightly minorly altered, you still get punished. But I don't know that for sure. All I'm saying is I did not actually make very substantial edits to my thumbnail this morning. I kind of wanted to beat the 8 a.m. Cutover. So I don't know. That is still a learning process for me as a YouTuber. But he has to go make a emergency micro center run. Oh, these books were supposed to be with me. Right? Or butchering and... Okay, so some of those are redundant. We do have Electrical 5 already. But Forging and Longblade 3... those are my only copies, I think, of those. Yes. Okay. Longblade 3 we're actually, like, pretty close to. Oh, yeah, fair enough. The, whatchamacallit, I do actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I do think I generally tend to get a little bit less on traffic on Fridays. I don't know how consistent that is, though. I don't pay as much attention to the days these days. Unless it's a weekend. I did find it interesting to see that I tend to get better viewership on weekdays than weekends. But this ambulance is someday going to be our main ambulance. I mean, it already kind of is, but it needs engine work. So we are going to be ripping apart many engines when we get to Riverside, in addition to searching through people's basements. Now, I do fully expect the van to periodically have its engine cut out. Let's try that 357, shall we? Up there, is he the only one? Oh, look at the, okay, so zombies coming to the edge of town is starting to be a recurring theme. We did a lot of fighting up here before, and never once did we have people coming down from this direction. So the zombies coming from this direction, I don't know where they're from, but they've definitely migrated from somewhere else. And we're about to trigger combat music. Shit! Shouldn't trust those fucking trees. I should not have trusted those fucking trees. Okay. Also, this is not a good first combat for a mouse replacement. Deep breaths. I like the carbine a lot. I think we have switched to 357 at the correct moment. All but certain that that would have been enough time for the ambulance to have its engine cut. That is the one silver lining to have something with a damaged engine, is I don't have to worry about leaving it running. It will shut itself off within not a short amount of time. The mean time to happen is directly scaled with engine condition. Once you get below, these guys are directly in the middle of the road. I must have driven past them at night. Now, the music should kick back on because we successfully triggered combat music, so that means the regular music should come back. Oi, don't just walk right past me. Thank you. I really need to make sure that I'm easing it back into risky maneuvers. That's, the fact that I've just swapped out my mouse means that extremely high precision timing events are just going to be, I don't want to call them like skewed or anything, but I'm very sensitive on the tactiles here. Very, very sensitive on tactiles. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Give me that music back. I actually like it better when the game's music plays these days because the high variants come back. At least while I'm outside. I don't like the game's, the low variants just get way too quiet. I wish the low variants would not kick in if you were in a base of your own. That is my wish. I'm going to test something real quick here. Okay. So what I did is I just intentionally turned the engine off, and I made sure that my brakes still work predictably, which they do. So I can at least say that if my engine cuts out randomly while I'm going like 60 miles an hour. In real life, brakes are fine, but as somebody who has had actual engine cut out due to radiator problems, I have had my engine cut out randomly on me, and that wouldn't cause braking problems, but it would cause, I would lose power steering, and that actually became a bit of a problem for me back when I had one of my old pickups, before I had my current car. My current car is but a humble Toyota Corolla, but I will never sell that car. That car will last longer than I will. And I will give it to whatever next of kin that I have. It better be my eldest son, but if I truly fail at life and I cannot bring my children into this world, then I will find somebody suitable to make sure that they get it and treat it properly, because I have one of those cars that will live longer than me if I take care of it correctly. A early 2000s or late 90s Toyota. It will literally live longer than a human being. Because there will always be well, I don't know, always, you know. As long as there's no apocalypse, there will almost always be parts for them somewhere. And they're just built that well. Not newer Toyotas. Newer Toyotas have got electronics that degrade 100 times worse than anything else. A faulty fucking software patch could cause your newer cars to stop working properly. So, we are back in Riverside now. This is where we started. Actually, I think my house is right over here. It's only now that I look at them that I remember that I started in one of these houses here. I'm curious now. I actually can't remember. Go into my my own characters playlist here. Linked in the description if anybody is not familiar. Dani the Drifter, Part 1. Actually, one of the most viewed videos on my channel. Because, everybody likes to see a new start. And I tend to do these right after a new patch drops. Just turn all this noise-making shit off. Okay, so I remembered the sliding glass door, but it was a different orientation. So that means it's probably the one on the other side there. Some cooking. Just see it when I go outside here. Yeah, it looks like I'm the one right there at the corner. Oh, my house is the one with the shed there. Okay, cool. Now, whenever I have a character start in a house like that, that's full of other people, I have to come up with lore for them. I never even came up with lore for Nora the Explora. Only Annie Mae so far has actually had deep lore created for her. I would not be opposed to creating some lore for Dani the Drifter, but I need to be in the right mood for it. Currently, I don't see myself being in the right mood for it. However, doesn't hurt to start with our own house here. What's up, buddy? But yeah, I don't know if maybe it's because I have a heavy foot, but I never felt as though my I never felt as though when I had my radiator problems that I didn't use the front door when I left. That's why it just unlocked. That's funny. Did I even close the back door? What a Neanderthal I am. It is completely untouched in here. Nobody... I take that back. I take that back. Of course somebody broke one of my windows. Wait, what? That window is intact. The tree is just layered in front of it, even though it shouldn't be. Ah, cool. I mean, speaking of layered trees, look at that. Look at that. Look at that nonsense right there. So I never even marked it on the map because I never found a pen in my starter house. Let's give this bad boy an SH. SH for starter house. Yeah, I took one look at all this and I was like, that's late game stuff. I'm still not at the point where I can use hairspray. I do not believe we have any, we do not have the recipe for aerosol bomb. We literally can't make explosives yet. I am in a stage where I can collect comics, though. Photograph of someone dressed as an elf. Holy shit, boys! Danny was a free run cosplayer. Hell yeah, 10 out of 10. Absolutely, absolutely. Really? That's a fat. That does make sense. I do know of like I kind of knew that was a trend, but I didn't really know like how deep it went or why it was a thing. I remember seeing some old vehicles. Yeah, we'll have to call this Dad's room. Yeah, definitely a golf cap. Yeah. That's definitely something Dad would wear. It matches my vibe, though. I'm holding on to it. Absolutely. But because there were no zombies in this house, I think we get the same character lore as my... I wrote a... never finished it, but I started writing a zombie-related book in my early days. And in my early days, a lot of my main characters never found out what happened to their families. It was kind of me just trying to avoiding having to, kill off important people to my characters. That was a little bit of that, but it was also just... It felt more compelling to just have them never find out why. Never find out what happened to them. Because then, there's always that... It's like a loose end that's always there, kind of in the background. But now we have a garbage bag of things that are specifically from my home. This will probably be my room. I mean, yeah, there's only two bedrooms in this house. The fact that they both have whatchamacallit, that they both have double beds. It always kind of threw me off when I was exploring houses like these. Not a very common thing, unless you're doing a guest bedroom. Even then, our guest bedroom in the house I grew up in, which was around in the 90s, that was a, fuck was it? Queen. That was a queen. Not often that we would play host to couples, and even when we did, they were fine with a queen for one night. Now, actually making this into a place that's safe to sleep is probably a little bit more effort than it's worth. Because there's a lot of windows in houses like this, and whenever there's this many windows, you kind of need a reason for there to be them. Okay, yeah, that's all I really need. I'll take Dad's stuff out of the paperwork here, and there we go. Houses are just, especially in this universe where everything is made out of wood anyway. They're not homes until they have people in them. I did not leave any foodstuffs here. Definitely not. Oh, I did. Wow, I'm an idiot. I'm an actual literal idiot because I could have swore that I had brought perishables out of my starter home. But I guess I failed at that. That's okay. I mean, this jar of eggplants is actually somehow still good. That actually surprises me. Because some jars have already gone rotten. So to see a jar of anything that's still fresh. Cool. I'm not going to question it. Tatra 87. That's really funny. Tatra 87. I've never heard of that. That's not the Kubel wagon, is it? That surely isn't the Kubel wagon. I'm sorry, the Kubel wagon. I feel like I would have come across that name at some point if that was the actual model name for the Kubel wagon. But I actually don't know the model name of the Kubel wagon off the top of my head, so I don't even know. And I do know that there were quite a few officers who would prancy around on those. They couldn't get themselves on a Kettenkrad. If I was a German officer, you bet your sweet ass I would have a Kettenkrad. Even if I didn't need one. I'd be just like that American general who insisted that he had his Jeep everywhere. His personal Jeep everywhere. 100%. Absolutely. So there's also my shed. Now, that being said, I probably don't have keys to my own shed. I think I tried it. I don't remember, but we're going to find out. Because even though we have keys to my house, I don't actually think that means we have keys to my... Nope, never do. Because it is a separate and discrete building. That's fine. I will weld my way into the shed, since Dad didn't feel like leaving it unlocked for me. Mechanics 1. Let's just say that I'm a little bit ahead of Dad on that one. He was just trying to learn how to change his oil. I definitely would not do this to my own dad's workshop, but my own dad's workshop would absolutely have more tools in it than this. This is a pitiful thing. First aerodynamic car. Magnesium alloy engine. Fascinating. Yeah, I never heard the name before. And I know that the Kubelwagen did have a tendency to spin out. That's one of the reasons I thought that you might have been talking about that. Having spun out in it many times myself. Ooh, this cop had a double holster on her. She was right next to my starting house, too. Sometimes double holsters are really annoying to find. I don't know if we're going to be able to get many spare engine parts from wrecks like these, but I will gladly try. We're currently mechanics level 7, very close to 8. 168.8. So I think we got 10 experience for that. And we got 1 part. I wonder if that scales with the parts. Okay, so that one was also 1 part, so eventually we'll have to get something with more than 1 part and see if that actually scales with it, because that would be cool if it did. Always down for more radios in the meantime. See, the funny thing is, even though our engine in the ambulance needs a lot of condition repair, the sheer fact that it is a quality 100 means that even if it accidentally shuts itself down, we can instantly turn it back on, and it'll be a 100% chance to turn back on. I'm here for it. Definitely part of the Jeep's strength was how light it was. The ability for the Allies to just toss them onto a something to transport them across the ocean. Hand them over to the Soviets in Lend-Lease, or just bring them to their own troops in Europe. Oi, bitch, this way. To be honest, I don't remember how I left the distribution of zombies in this area. I believe we wiped out a lot of people over here. Yeah, we wiped out a lot of people over here because there was a fire truck over here that I wanted to steal. Yes, okay. There's also a couple of destroyed vehicles here. Those crashed cars were not actually crashed to the point where we could disassemble them, but these two up here are. This guy might be wearing some, nah, just a leather jacket. This is an engine quality 61 sports car, so I will never bother trying to fix this thing up. It is a part donor, if anything. So let's see what happens when we take engine parts from a 100 condition engine at level 7. Or 996. Okay, we got 6 parts. We got 19 experience for that, so it does not scale that much with engine parts, just a little bit. Yeah, I got nothing on that. There could also be randomness that I'm not familiar with. But we're getting a decent amount of experience, and we're getting some okay. We're getting okay numbers. Now, I did already confirm that we're only getting like 1% engine condition when we stick a part into a vehicle. So we are taking a huge loss if we actually attempt repairs right now. So what I'm going to do is just continue harvesting parts for a little while here. And then I will see if I can get another level or two before we actually start doing the repairs themselves. 7 parts that time. Six that time. Sweet. So it definitely seems like we're getting like 6 or 7 for a 100% engine. This one was a car that was a throwaway car. I don't think it has... No, there's no gas in it. .36 engine quality. 15 that time. I don't think that was just sheer luck. Oh, we got incoming. Does he even notice us? Yeah, I think so. Not making very much noise. I don't hear that at all. Do you hear that? It's nothing but footsteps. This is a really quiet one right here. This guy right here, possibly one of the most dangerous zombies in the game, making that little noise. Didn't hear any of the regular mouth breathing except for just like a smidgen there before we engaged. I don't like it. I like it when they announce their presence. I don't like it when they don't. I mean, honestly, if I end up getting like 50 engine parts, that's like the engine brought way back up. Definitely a lot of RNG going on there. So we got 4 that time. This is another locked one. Go from 4 to 10. Yeah, same. I wonder now if engine quality actually is going to determine how many parts you get. That's a total of 40 engine parts. Honestly, that is, that's possibly worth. Yeah, because I mean, assuming 1% per part, that'll get us to 50%. That will at least get us to the point where it doesn't randomly shut off on us. So I'll do this in two parts, because I can only carry so many at once. Now I'm curious how much experience. So we're at 5146 minus. Now we do the repair. Whoa, that got us to 78. Okay. So we got more than 1% per part, way more. And we got 5282. So that's 136 experience for 20 engine parts. That's about 7 experience per part. That's not bad. And I'm curious to see if that's going to be consistent. Because we probably don't need the rest of the parts we have to get it all the way to 100 now. Yeah, I'm just going to take all 20 parts out. And let's see how many it actually uses, and then how much experience we get. So we're at 5282 minus... We used 11 parts. Oh, we did not get any experience for that. Okay, so the you can only get experience, and I saw somebody in chat mention this, shout out, I forgot exactly who, but I appreciate you guys. Somebody in chat mentioned that we only get experience in mechanics for doing something, I guess. I guess it's just, it counts for engine repairs too. I thought it was just when it comes to adding or removing a single part per vehicle per day. But no, that engine counts as a part towards that too. So if you have to do more than one engine repair to the same vehicle, don't do them all in one day unless you have all the parts at once, I guess. So there actually was incentive to do it all at once. Oh well. We got it to 100%. We only used a total of 31 parts. Not too bad. Now that, of course, was far from the only vehicle that I could use a repair for. So I'm actually going to continue harvesting parts, engine parts specifically, because I have another fire truck back at base that I could definitely make good use of. What I should be doing is having a separate garbage bag here for engine parts. That way when I do the repair, I just pull the whole bag out. I'm glad I decided to bring the ambulance. I was unsure of whether this was going to be a endeavor that I could just do out in the field. I didn't even have to break into the junkyard. The junkyard would have been a fight. There's a fair few zombies that like to spawn up there, and I never did clear the whole place. And no more cars to the south lot. So there is a tool shop right up here. Oh, there's also like 50 zombies right here. I don't know what's going on there. They really like the laundromat here for some reason. Oh dear. Okay. That's a lot of slapping. More slapping than I expected. Because we have done gunfights up here before. And that was one of the reasons that I thought it would be kind of safe to do discharges up here. But hearing all that slapping, that means the backyards of these houses are still loaded Which I guess that makes sense. I mean, I never cleared the entire neighborhood there with the school. I never cleared any of that, so... And there's still these guys. I never cleared anything up here either. Okay. It's unusual for me to not clear Riverside. I usually base here, so... I never looted the mail facility here. It's a great resource for magazines. I just don't see much chance of me actually getting any magazines that I really want. I probably have well over 90% at this point. I don't think this guy has a survival set. I think he's just a dude with a duffel here. He, she. Wendy Field. Wendy Field. Nice. A lot of wind blowing through that field. Did you retch at me? I heard you retch. No retch. We don't retch here. You're not gonna shoot, are you? That depend on my crit. Very good. I've always wanted a Spiffo van. I don't even know if I'm going to use it, but it will be hot-wired. 80 engine quality. That's one of my best regular vans already. I mean, look at the part qualities. I mean, look at that. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. This thing is already an amazing parts carrier. Better than anything in the full setup perfect performance brakes. It's already better than almost anything in the Electromax area. Yeah, this one has got engine quality of only 63. So definitely not something that I'm going to go out of my way to get. Now, when I first came across this vehicle, I had not yet understood that windows or 100% condition parts are common now. That is why I was very hesitant to break into it. What I was curious mostly is to see if we could get a Spiffo pen or pencil or something. Not such luck yet. A Spiffo tie is what I really want right now. A Spiffo tie would be something on my immediate agenda that I would wear immediately if I found it. Because it would fit my aesthetic, as it were. It is a black tie with a image of Spiffo on it. Say no more, fam. Drive-through window is easy way into any Spiffos that you don't want to break the windows of. Even if you have to break the windows themselves, you can always just replace them. Fountain cups are something I always collect, as you may have already witnessed if you've been watching this stream. When we're in weight loss phases and we don't feel like cooking a lot of things, all we got to do is drink a fountain cup full of milk. Fountain cups are the most lightweight way to carry around 300 milliliters of water. Or, sorry, not water, but any liquid. 300 milliliters of cow's milk is exactly the correct amount to shut the hunger up when you get the noodle pop up. If you are hearty appetite, which I basically always roll. I've been in the business of making actual sandwiches lately, and therefore ketchup is more relevant to me now. Decorations. The Spiffo sign is kind of hard to make work. It layers in front of a lot of things that it shouldn't. It's one of those things. Now, I predict we'll be getting tired any minute now. We should have a safe house here. Should. Now, of course, by safe house, all I really mean is that it's got a barricaded bedroom window. At least that's what it should have. Calorie management more bearable. I hate to say this. I really hate to say this. Get a cow. Get 5 or more liters of milk. Build a butter churn. Churn a stick of butter. Eat the butter. And then do that when you need to gain weight. And do that until you get the double chevrons go up. Every stick of butter has about 200 and something, like 290 if I'm not mistaken, fats in it. When you lose weight for a long period of time, your fats usually go as low as negative 500. So if you want to gain weight rapidly, you've got to be over 400. Or no, over 200, I think, will get you the double weight gain. There is a triple weight gain, even though it doesn't show up in the UI, but that's almost impossible to get post-apocalypse, because carbs are just not as easy to get post-apocalypse, unless there is a staple crop that gives you tons of carbs that I'm missing. I can't think of anything. Maybe corn. I don't know. I would need to look at nutrition. I'd probably need the nutritionist perk to actually say any further on that. But that's what I do. What I do is I eat sticks of butter, and then the numbers. I'll actually write this down so anybody can see in chat. Yeah, fish. I don't do the fishing thing either. I'm sure it works. People have said that it works, and I don't have any reason not to believe them. But it's too unreliable for me. If I were to go fishing right now, because it's winter and because it's dark, I would never. I don't think, regardless of fishing skill, I would catch anything. I've driven in circles around this place 3 times in a row because I wanted to pick up the sign, and I forgot why. Forgot exactly where it was for some reason. Not 100% awake right now. My caffeine intake today has been a little lower. a minute. Wrong battery. There we go. Okay, yeah, so protein. Yeah, this is one reason why I just took a fire officer character. Actually, trying to get optimal experience gain in strength without a stat bar mod is one of the stupidest and most almost impossible things to do in Project Zomboid. Because you have no capability whatsoever to measure what your proteins are at, and you cannot if you look closely at the range I just posted, you cannot simply just overload yourself with proteins. That's not how it works. That is better than not eating enough protein, right? So if you want to build strength experience, it is better to err on the side of more protein than less. But the actual perfect amount of protein is a range between 75 and 300. And that is, but it could get as high as 1,000. And that is something I complained about in my previous characters back when I played with a stat bar mod. I would complain about certain food types that would, and I quote, nuke my proteins into orbit, because it just had so much protein in it, and it takes so long sometimes for your proteins to decay, or just slowly go down over time, that it just never felt worth it. Okay, I never boarded up this house. Oops. We're gonna fix that. This is usually one of the houses that I board up, because it is usually, it's right next to the police department there. Look at that. Okay, I didn't know this, but I have already watched the farming VHS. I had it here. I knew I had found it. I didn't know I had watched it, though. Good to know. Very good to know. There probably is not too big of a need to get the window boarded up, but I'm doing it anyway. This is one of those places where in the early game the zombie movements were just all over the place, and we had a couple of silly events like unexpected house alarms and whatever that just would have pulled them all over the place. So it's better safe than bitten. Of course, there's no pillow here. This is why I carry around a pillow in my ambulance and all of my other expedition vehicles. Now, as an overnight task, after we get our first sleep, there's some basements right here that we can take a look through. Huh. There was a short bat with a saw blade, and I don't even remember if I made this or if I found it. But it is busted. 'Tis but a humble decoration at this point. Now, before I fuck with this house's basement, we're going to do a perimeter check. In terms of where the zombies in this area would be, I feel like back here on this road is just always a reliable gift that keeps on giving. As you can see from all the blood on the snow. That wasn't me who did that, where it was, but literally last year. Alright, so doing the door thing here. It's always a bit dangerous doing this. My thumb is going to be on the space bar to push the moment the door goes down, just in case there is a Zed waiting for us who decides not to smack the door. It has happened before, will happen again. You know what? Sometimes I just hit it even though I don't need to. And a nothing burger. I will always take... You know what? In just a few parts ago in this character's journey, I don't know if you could convince me that I would... I don't know if you could convince me that I would actually be willing to start looting long sticks. Now I am. Just because of how many drying racks I've built and how many more I want to build. Because when spring comes around, I'm going to want to plant some spices. I actually like having spices in this game. They're very easy to carry around, and they will very quickly make your meals give you more happies. And best part about spices, of course, is you dry them at a drying rack, a small plant drying rack. And those, once they're dried, of course, you have them forever. And each one that you dry gives you 5 uses, I think is the standard. I think there might be some variability there. And I'm going to start marking houses that have had basements that I've cleared. That is a good habit to be in. Ooh, multiple things in this type. There's a workout station. There is some crates. I'll take dub rods. I'm less obsessive about nuts and bolts now because my I've used my whetstone so much it's almost broken. I know of a glitch, and it's definitely a glitch, that you can just use to spawn in some nuts and bolts. Build a low fence with welding, and then turn around and disassemble it with welding. Doing that will literally cause things like small metal, like small iron pieces, things like that. They'll literally spawn in like they were not used to create the fence, and yet you'll get some from disassembling it. Very odd. I don't know how to feel about that. I am capable of manifesting nuts and bolts. Oh, look, empty lockers. What a surprise. Butter sticks and some meal like omelets with all the spices. Yes, that would absolutely do the trick. If I had to do cooked meals, what I would shoot for is, you know what? Another thing worth typing out. that's pretty much the breakdown right there. If I want to cook, if I want to cook meals using perishables that I can just easily get, potatoes are the longest shelf life crop that you can grow, and chickens will give you eggs. Butter is very easy to make once you get a cow that is a Holstein breed. Currently 3 a.m. here. Yeah. One more basement in this cul-de-sac. This house, if I'm not mistaken, almost cost my life on my previous character. Previous character was Nora the Explora, and we were in this little catacorner area here. There was a bathroom zombie. There was a bathroom zombie who we did not hear any noise from whatsoever, and that was our first introduction to zombies that make absolutely no noise. And it was this house, wasn't it? Yes, it was definitely this house. And it was something like I had opened the door and I didn't see a zombie, so I started going this way. But the zombie was in there. She must have been in front of the sink or something. She came around. She nailed me from the front while I was standing like this. That is only one of 2 times that Nora the Explorer had bloodshed by a zombie. She had bloodshed many other times by my stupidity, but not by a zombie. The other time that she had bloodshed by a zombie, it's a separate video, most recent post on my channel. That's not part of a series. Because I couldn't tell whether our run was over. That was an interesting time. Now, the basement in this house is attached to the exterior, like the others. For some reason, I thought it was interior, but I was wrong. The the simple beds in here are easy to move around once you're high-level carpentry, which we are almost there. That was me. I always hate fucking around with basements that close to a group of trees. That's something that happens plenty of times in the late game once tree growth goes around. But I think this particular cluster of trees is alright. Checked it from every side. I think our greatest chance of problems now is directly inside of the door. That's what the space bar is for. Potato and butter. Dark room? Oh no, this is right. This no. Different. I don't think I've seen this one very often. I may have seen it before, but definitely not as often as others. Don't know if that means it's new or not. Already happy to see 2 welding torches. Just inject those directly into my inventory, please. Now, we've actually got 2 basements here with floodlights, and that's cool. I don't suspect that we are going to have room on this trip. There's going to be a lot of things I'm going to want to bring back with me. We should have enough for now in Palace Lake, at least. I know I had some more nails. What did I do with them? One more nail. Oh, yeah. I'm sure I'll come across another nail at some point, but until then, leave that fine. Alright, so we need to put a X on the map for this basement. And then I know of a couple... on the corner of Lincoln here, these two. Or, I think both of these. Definitely this one. This one, I think, might be one of the indoor ones. I don't think anything on Sycamore has a basement. Which is fine, because Sycamore is, I think, because of a house alarm, I think there's going to be a lot of zombies over there. I don't think we ever dealt with those. It was one of those situations where I heard a house alarm, knew that a bunch would be coming my way, and I just held out of the entire area. Part of the early game problems. And there's also going to be a fairly large amount just right down south here. Now this one is a Spithos server. Sometimes that means they'll have, seriously doubt we'll have trouble finding a Spithos shirt, but I'm always on the lookout for the tie. We didn't find one in the building, so give me that Spithos tie someday. I always go to Louisville headquarters. Lazaro Blankenship. What a name. Hey Jimmy's, how's it going? We are doing alright-ish today. Definitely low on YouTube viewership. And I don't know if that's just me or if that's just Fridays. It always seems like Fridays are a bit low for me. But that could also be just a confluence of times that I have not done things correctly. In any case, I was going to try to boost myself a little bit by doing a Reddit post that I feel like might get some Might get some chuckles out of people. But not so heavy. Oh, a bit bright, the blower fan. We did successfully manage to get the first phase of all of our crop dryings completed, and that was nice. We are currently on a break from that stuff because it gets a little grating and tedious. I am now currently exploring some riverside basements. We have successfully leveled up, or rather we have successfully repaired the engine of our ambulance here. So the ambulance has been fully restored. We are just a hair's breadth away from being able to read the next mechanics book. It'd be great if I could do that while we're drying the next shipment of crops, or the next harvest, rather. Okay, this one does not have a basement inside of it. This, if I'm not mistaken, is one of the places where Annie got grabbed by a zombie. But I don't think she took damage, if I'm not mistaken. I actually don't remember if Annie, I don't know if she ever had her skin broken by a zombie. She has actually taken more injuries than any of my other characters. I think they were all me. Another silent but deadly one there. But yeah, there's no, whatchamacallit, no, nothing to be particularly gained from here. Now, this was one of the houses, wasn't it? I think this is one of the ones that has the... Nah, it must have been the neighbor. I'm thinking about houses that have foot lockers in them. Foot lockers only recently actually had loot added to their loot tables. It was a long time meme for myself that every single Foot Locker in every single residence in this universe was always empty. Now with this house, there's just too many trees, so we're gonna go loud here. Yeah, we're gonna go loud. We're gonna kill everybody who comes our way. I will likely need to fall back. In fact, I'm guaranteed gonna need to fall back. We are currently rocking the 357 carbine, along with the patrol revolver, which shoots 357. So we've got a long gun and a revolver that shoot the same bullet type. Not very many bullet types can do that. Your other type is 45 ACP, which shares a magazine with the 1911 and the Trapper carbine. This zombie's trying to use its powers on me. It's not gonna work. I am immune to your powers. You witch. I hear something to my left, but I don't see anything. It might be on the other side of the trees. Yeah, there we go. Falling back just a little bit. We'll check on the other side of the fence. We're good. I got one guy coming from my store here. Whatever that zombie was doing, it happens whenever you ragdoll them and they don't, like, properly fall on the ground. I don't think there's a way to accurately, like, I don't know if it's possible to actually replicate on purpose. But you do something that should ragdoll them and, they don't actually fall all the way down. They'll try to use their zombie powers and hold out their hands and start retching at you. Generally, I'm going to save slower shamblers for Longblade here because we're really close to the next level. And I got a sword that thirsts. Fast shambler coming through the mix. Is known to do when I start getting comfortable fighting slow ones. This sword definitely feels like it's slow on its lifespan. The sword's about half-mast. It's alright. Only taking a slight damage hit from that. So what did we accomplish by doing that? We pulled any zombies capable of hearing out of this stupid little mini-forest here, which would be a huge problem if I went down that basement. Also, the zombies up here in general are just going to be a problem if I don't deal with them. Black cowboy hat in there. I think a lot of these windows are shattered because of a house alarm bringing everybody through from the other side there. Cowboy hat actually has slightly higher insulation than a baseball hat. It definitely fits my aesthetic, but I really like the balance of color on the LBMW here. That is actually one of my new favorite hats right there. I mean, it goes without saying, I've been wearing it a lot lately. But it's just the red text is a pretty good balance for the Shema, but the little red trim there, the little red trim at like the halfway point of the bill there is a perfect match for the Shema, and that is glorious. I'm here for it. Imagine having a box of garbage bags with only one bag in it. Hey, mac and cheese is starting to go stale. Hell yeah, boys, we're back to the rotten mac and cheese era. It's coming. We can still open the boxes, of course. All we got to do is open them, and then there's nothing in there that has freshness. I refuse to believe the devs are not aware of this. I think they're just fucking with us by not fixing it. I am almost 100% convinced that they're just fucking with us. Stalker type zombies? What about them? The concept is, I would not be opposed to it, but I would prefer some kind of telegraph. So just like maybe if a zombie is going to be a stalker zombie, and what I'm pretty sure that you guys mean by stalker is that they persistent stalker. They do not give up. They do not cross go. They do not collect $200. They continue following you until you kill them or they kill you. Or I guess maybe if you just completely range them and they can't track you anymore. I mean, that's probably always going to be a problem in Zomboid. But yeah, just zombies that literally never lose track of you. I'd be okay with it as long as they were telegraphed. Like if I have no way to tell, like by sound or maybe movement behavior, then that would get annoying. Because, well, I mean, the devs of this game like to annoy us. So there's a propane tank down here. Not a lot of propane in it, though. I might take that with me and then, like, leave it at Electromax or something, or maybe even use it if I can. Finding a lot of welding torches. I'm here for it. Or they hide in, like, trees and structures. I mean, we've already kind of got that. We already kind of got them hiding in structures. But it's more like the intent of the hiding is the devs putting them there that way. It's not necessarily the zombies have a specific behavior for that. It's just the devs put them in places like bathrooms or wherever and puts them right in front of doors. And makes it so that they don't attack the doors. But they do attack the player the moment the door is opened. Okay, so I don't know if there is a recipe of any sort that uses a wood saw that cannot use a hacksaw, which is why I usually carry around wood saws. But mine is quite worn after all that work we did. So I'm going to go ahead and leave my original wood saw back here. I did not want to make that unwanted. Wanted to mark it favorite. There we go. God damn it. Sorry, those are my Discord noises. Buddy of mine had to meme me, and I had to meme him back. And then, of course, I got reminded of Trout and Tea. I actually like some of his newer videos, but I'm never gonna not. The pregnancy is very short. Academics, please respond. Okay, so the propane tank that was a little bit more full, I'm putting away in the trunk. The one that we're carrying that is not very full, we're going to see if we can use it up. Three torches that needed topping off. And I believe we... Yeah, okay, so there's like a tiny, tiny bit left in this tank. I'm just going to leave it here for now. It's like a tenth of a torch, maybe. Pathetic. Trunk is getting close to full. So we've got a shed and several basements in this cul-de-sac. We've also got quite a few zombies who are likely hiding between the trees and down the road and basically all over the place. And to the north and to the south. Driving in here at all has probably been a bit of a mistake, because now if I want to get out of here... What the fuck is there a sheep right there for? What the actual literal fuck? There's a sheep just in that front yard right there. And it's a Rambouillet. It's a Rambouillet, which means wool. I think. Well, we're in for a fight anyway, so let's get started. It always feels like a rite of passage to do the slog down Lincoln Street towards the school here. This is something I do all the time with my characters. Very rarely do I actually have the guns for just doing it all with firearms. Okay, we're not trying to extend range by using fences. That is just a billion convulsions waiting to happen. Come on, you fast bastards. I don't care that I'm not living in Riverside full time anymore. I'm still not leaving corpses in my roads. As the sole surviving member of society, authority over the Department of Transportation does fall to me. Therefore, I will not pollute my own streets. And this is what I was afraid of. There should not be that many of them coming from the north here. And yet there are. I'll mag just a little bit. And this right here, having a 100 engine quality ambulance that almost always starts. Less than 1% chance of not starting. It's great. Wait a minute, what? Okay, that happened faster than expected. Box of 357 coming right up. In fact, we're opening a carton too. Damn it. close? I can't tell. Turn around. We're good. 100 rounds of 357 is pretty much an exact fit. The remaining in my backpack. Why the fuck not? Alright, asshole. $651 out of 750, so we just need like 100 or so more kills with the sword or the machete. Possibly half that. I mean, I don't actually know off the top of my head how much we get without the book. I'm used to only paying attention to it when I have the book. Nice underpants. Possibly a perfect match for... Nah, that's a little light. That's a little light for, scrubs. Light green scrubs. Finally, I can sharpen. You know what? I'm not opposed to that. That would be a very interesting type of zombie. It's basically a screamer. The stay away from me part doesn't fit with other zombies' behavioral principles. Yeah, that sounds a little too intelligent. The stay away and stay away than see and hear better. That just kind of sounds a little, because zombies, the whole, you know, one of the main fundamentals is that they're supposed to not have any sense of self-preservation. So that would be a little bit of a violation of what the devs are kind of going for with zombie lore. Not even that I'd be opposed to it, just thinking about what they've been trying to do so far. Romero-esque slow shamblers in high quantity. This is a shed that gives you a shot at a generator. I very rarely ever find one there, though. Could just be my luck. To go after it, it won't run away, but it keeps distance. I could see that, maybe. Suppose if you get close, then it should do what all zombies do and try to numb. But perhaps one that just, if it sees something or hears something, makes the noise. So some things that I pick up, I'm putting outside of garbage bags. There's a bit of a pattern to that. It's mostly stuff that I suppose I could say is lower priority. I kind of want it because I could use a duplicate of it or two back at base, but it is going to be the first and quickest on the chopping block if I decide that there's more stuff I want that I don't immediately have room for. The houses in this neighborhood, this is Title Lane right here. Should be called Title Court, in my opinion, but coming up here on the left is Annie Mae's house. Annie Mae was renting this house from an individual by the name of multiple in there. Fascinating. I fucked that up hard, but it's alright, just a stage 2 mistake? Yeah, that was just a stage 2, we're good. I often make stage 2s, I never even say anything. I wasn't expecting there to be a party in Annie Mae's house. Was it Gideon Harris, I think was the name of her landlord? I used to have her character sheet linked in the description, but of course we are 2 characters removed from her now, so... Jump scare, motherfucker. By that logic, I have to assume that this place is just crawling. Crawling in my crawl over here. Office clear. All doors intact. Okay. You don't belong in Annie's house. I mean, she was renting it, so it wasn't really that sacred of territory. Hey, look, stale mac and cheese. Incoming. Or was that a rat? We had a bush scrape to the north. That was unambiguously a bush scrape, but I don't know. That could have been a rat. Right now, animals and players and zombies all make the exact same noise when running through a bush of any kind. Oh, it didn't have to be a rat. That could be the fucking sheep there. Dumb thing's been running all over the place here. It is most likely going to be stressed for God knows how long here. I won't rule out saving it. There it is, there it is. That zombie right there coming around the side, the female. That was the one I heard. I am impressed she did not break her way into the house. You know what would be really cool? Is if character templates. If character templates, you know, like presets for your characters that include name and voice and whatnot, if those could appear in the world as zombies, that'd be pretty cool. Because then we could actually see Annie, we could see Barb, we could see my previous characters, we could see Nora. They would spawn in as zombies. I don't care about anybody inside that house to the north there. That is not a house with a basement. There are 2 houses with basements on this row. And I know that Annie's here is one. Irony about Annie's house is that Annie herself never had the key to it. We had to break into our own basement. And that's peak right there. This is not our house, but the basement was not locked. Is it still a... No, okay. It was a recording basement, not a music playing basement. Would have found it very interesting if it was still the same. Sometimes these black chairs are a little bit hard to find. In this case, here in Riverside, go to the boating club at the far northeast edge of town, and you will find tons of these in the single and double variant. Gotta be careful when trying to back up. There's stairs right behind me. Lose line of sight. I think the other basement was... yeah, the first house, actually. For anybody joining, welcome. We're doing basement trawling in Riverside. We came here with two goals. One was to steal a bunch of vehicle engine parts and get our ambulance repaired all the way. Second was to trawl around through some basements and see if we could find a loom. A proper loom, not a simple loom. Not even because there's a functional difference, but we have had a lot of flax harvested in back at our base. Kitchen. I love how the devs are constantly going on about, oh, we can't let you see what's inside of a building until you're point blank, but we can still see glass appear on the floor the moment a window is broken. One of these things is not like the other. Fuck you. Bedroom? Yeah. Sup, Agnes? Now, the fact that there were just two random zombies in this house, I don't know why, but I feel like that makes it more likely that we're going to see just a random zombie in the basement. I always feel like empty houses beget empty basements, and the other way around. I have no idea if that is true. Now I actually have to step away briefly, IRL. Will not be gone long. I am going to just have our character chill for a moment in a place here where she can sit down that does not have any windows through which a zombie could just wander up and slap their way in. Give her something to read in the meantime. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. I don't like this forest back here. It always feels like these backyards, for some reason, always get an outsized amount of wilderness growth. Oh well. Alright, here goes nothing. Hey. At the very least, it's not a basement we gotta break into. Partially under construction basement, I think. I have not seen this specific layout before that I can recall. Hey, a perfect wood saw. Excellent. I've actually seen several wood saws, but I have not seen a perfect one in a little while, so this is my new one here. I'm going to do some more paint, and I'm going to do a similar policy as what I did before. Black is a reliable color. Sometimes I like to have lots of it. OV for fire, for oven, whatchamacallit, wood oven. There's going to be at least 3 basements on Lincoln here. I don't know if... I don't remember if there are more than 3. There's probably a total of 4 on all of Lincoln beyond what we just did. I think that's... I don't know why the number 4 keeps coming to mind. We got a duffel bag here. What I'm going to do is put the lower essentials in there. So these cans of paint, marks and nails, blower fan, tarp, and spare pillows even. Yeah. These are all lower essential items. I would like to bring them back, but if I can't, then I won't. So I'm just going to leave that as a duffel bag. Maybe I'll leave that at the gas station. I heard somebody making noise over here. Where the fuck are you? South? Oh, left. Oh, a vagrant, most like. Or a birthday party attendee stuck inside of a house. Never tried collecting party hats by color before, but I also didn't know that they came in that many colors. You know, something that is somewhat relevant to my interests, that would reduce some of the materials that I'm carrying, get me some experience, and accomplish something that I kind of want to do in this area. We can use welding to weld up the windows here of the gas station. I have literally never been in this gas station here, even though Riverside's my starter town, and gas station right here is usually pretty good early game resources. I've never been in it because the door is locked, and I do not like breaking these beautiful windows here. So, as a policy, I never do. Almost never. But we have picked up a number of things like rods and whatnot. Dub rods. Wait, I thought I did. Did I not? Huh. Okay. No, that's okay, because we'll get, see, we've read the entire welding book, and we are welding level 8, so anything we do with welding, we'll get tons and tons of experience for it without much of an upper limit. Now, whenever I base in Riverside, usually one of the first things I do is clear away through through this side with the from the gas station. So if I don't have any steel rods in my vehicle, that means that some of these basements here probably still have them. Not this one. 3 steel rods is a barricaded window. Something I've been kind of sleeping on is other places to get things like bars and rods other than my usual sources. My usual sources are just cars or workshop loot tables. Or maybe there weren't actually that many steel rods to find here. Now, picnic tables is one source. What else down here, though? Is there anything I can disassemble? That doesn't count. That doesn't count. The large metal shelves I know could be a source of sheets. Steel sheets. Oh, look at that. We got a little bit of everything. Now, I know we can get iron pipes from some interesting places. You can disassemble things like toilets and get iron pipes. I absolutely despise using iron pipes for things like barricades, though. I mean, can we even? No, it's just rods and bars. It's not pipes. Pipes are for, like, fences and whatnot. I don't know if I've ever tried disassembling a shower. The showers do not have water spawned in them like most other water fixtures do. However, you can plumb them. Oh, all we got is copper scrap. Okay, so that's just like a toilet then. Toilets will give you like a chance at a pipe or some scrap. And that's about it. I think sinks, probably the same too. Probably just an overlap on plumbing fixtures. I made this vegetable burger with ketchup. This is just a standard failure of planning here, that all this stuff is in here. Am I going insane, or was there a mouth breather just now? Loath as I normally am to disassemble fridges. That's a lot of stuff. Scrap metal, definitely. Several sheets, but no pipes or bars. Okay. Scrap electronics. You know what? I think I will just go ahead and use some steel sheets. Yeah. It's a little early. I usually like to go to bed at 2300 these days. I'm just going to go ahead and hit the sack now. So we've got a total of 4. Usually I like to keep these windows like open and visible, but right now I just want something on them. And if I'm going to put something on them, then I might as well be getting welding experience for it. This gas station comes equipped with lights in it now. However, whenever I put a generator back here, we'll have more lights now. Our welding torch is almost empty. We are going to go use that propane tank that was almost empty to fill it back up. That was about a fifth of a torch. Can make another metal sheet. And there is a picnic table just right down here. Only one, but that might actually be all we need. Picnic tables, when you disassemble them with high-level carpentry, actually gets you things like steel bars and iron rods. But the amount is questionable. You just might end up with a bunch of steel pieces or whatever. Chunks. I think this is actually an intended thing, not a glitch. I think it is a case of there's metal in it, because, you know, it's partially made of metal. But in that case, there's so many other things that are also partially made of metal that we disassemble with carpentry. So I don't know. In any case, that is, yeah, that's enough. That's enough for one of each. Easy peasy. And we're also taking planks because I need to be able to get into the building. And for that, I need roof access. Ooh. I've never tried this before. I'm going to try disassembling the playground equipment. I predict possibly sheets. Maybe iron bars. Oh, look at that. A little bit of everything. Sweet. Sheets and bars. That was actually surprisingly high amount of stuff. Can I do the swings too? Doesn't look like it. Disassemble button ain't doing nothing. Now, of course, there's a big chain link fence here that we can disassemble, but we never get anything but wire from those, sadly. Street lights, I'd love to be able to disassemble those, but nope. We literally can't even sledgehammer them. That has always been something I've disliked about this game, is the just utter fact of street lights. They are never removable. So by alternating between iron or like metal bars of some kind and sheets, we're still getting natural lighting indoors. Oh, I have the material, I just need to... Interesting, I did not know that sheet barricades cost a little less propane than bar barricades. These corner windows are always the highest attack surfaces. These inner ones, it's usually harder for the zombies to get to them before they slap something else first. Here's a thought. I've never disassembled a freezer before. Usually for damn good reason. But in this case, I'm never taking this one anywhere with me. I have already decided very firmly that I'm going to be limited on the amount of crops that I need to... no, never mind. I'm not even going to finish that sentence. I'm not even going to finish that sentence because I know that when it comes time to actually harvest crops, or plant and harvest crops, I'm going to overplant. And whenever I overplant, I always want to keep everything I planted. So yeah, I'm not throwing away any furnaces. Or, the opposite. Not throwing away any... Oh, I think there's picnic tables up here to the north. Yeah, hell yeah. We probably could have gotten... Wow, there's only two, never mind. I might actually just go ahead and replace some of the sheet coverings with bar coverings. There's literally no reason not to. It's welding experience. And it fits my aesthetic. Chunks and quarters are surprisingly more useful than other denominations. Chunks are the platform probably most commonly used at your forge. I mean, you know, it is definitely a quiet day today. A lot of my regulars aren't here. And that's how I know for a fact it goes a little deeper than just YouTube's algorithm. Because I have a few regulars who usually show up and don't even let the algorithm tell them what to do. but that's okay. It is not... We have our ups and our downs here. To be honest, if I had a big audience right now, I would actually kind of start to feel bad at how easy the stuff is we're doing right now. Because it is quite easy. We're not doing anything particularly novel. But they did add the barricades back to the right-click menu, but only partially. The bar barricades never got added back. And I'm not that mad about that because the right-click menu can't let you choose what kind of bar to use. So, yeah, not worried about that. Now, the funniest part about our current situation is we still don't have access to interior here. Because we never found a key to this place. And that's why we picked up these planks. We're going to get roof access. We're going to sledgehammer our way in through the roof. And then rappel in through a sheet rope. That is what I do to buildings when I literally do not want to break down the door or the windows. Which is the case of beautiful, untouched fossil buildings like this. Yeah, you could not pay me to willingly destroy a door that I can see through, or a large window like those, the pretty ones there. A little late for bed, actually about an hour late for bed. But we are off. Blacksmithing 5 and some roadside concrete cube. Roadside concrete cube. Interesting. I don't know if that's nice. Well, another thing is a lot of people back in the 40s actually were not people who drove around their own cars back home. Owning a car was not yet like something that everybody did. That was more of a, that became, you know, when the 50s came around after the war, and the U.S. got to go crazy with the post-war economy. I probably should not have used steel rods, if at all possible, because then I could have done an interior staircase. Now, the perfect bed for the fossil is the blue one. And I don't know if this neighborhood... Oh, this neighborhood should definitely have a blue one. I think it's... Am I misremembering? I might be misremembering. Somebody's got a blue one around here. I'm not worried about it. If I could get one just by going down the street, I would, but I don't know how far down the street that is. Chance to break 7.5. We're good. Worth a double check. I was 99.9% sure that it would not be open. I would laugh so hard if it actually was open this whole time, but no, of course not. I am diligent enough to make sure that I didn't at least do that doof. We need a total of 3 more planks, and then 2 sheet rope, or just 1. I'm gonna go ahead and open, there's a box of nails on the floor, never mind. I almost forgot there's actually not as many curtains in this neighborhood. Some of these houses literally don't have any. should handle everything except for the act of building the staircase, sledging it. Yeah, all the essentials. You know, now that I think about it, I actually would not mind putting the stairs just like this right here. That's not a bad spot at all. I'm always hesitant to do something like that early game, but we're far, far detached from early game now. Now, in order to rappel into the building, we will need something to staple our sheet rope to. And then actually a couple of more planks. Lower logs are going to be hard to find in the snow, so I'm going to grab my axe. Oh, what axe? Ah, it's in the... Okay. Never mind. I can't stand this game without a little bit of music. Maybe that's just because I play it for too long at a time. But yeah, my brain actually will go nuts without a little bit of audio stimulation. So the music is actually necessary after a while. I've said this before, but the game does, in my opinion, balance the audio of the music with when you need to listen for things. Music is no barrier whatsoever to me being able to hear zombies from outside while we're outside, and there's no walls or anything in the way. Nothing wrong with that. You've first 50 hours, you're still learning all the sounds. So, I've never even tried a wooden pole. Can you nail sheet rope to a wooden pole? Or is there like a specific thing you had to use other than a fence? Obviously, I know how to do it with a fence, but and I know you can do it with window frames. This only costs a... Oh, yeah. If I didn't know this place very, very well, I would be a lot less cavalier about that. I've basically got the layout of this entire building memorized. Okay, fence it is. There we go. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you get into a building that is locked, but you absolutely refuse to delete the door. That is very surprisingly often, that is me. I very often like these buildings with the see-through doors. Not even for any, like, you know, objective, measurable reason. They're not stronger, and being able to see through a door isn't really going to change much when a door doesn't have any variable surface that, you know, if a zombie is attacking a door, it's going to be right in front of it. That's all there's to it. But, very niche edge cases where there's a zombie out front that you can't see through a closed door normally. Stuff like that. Even though we are, what is it, level 9 carpentry, we still have a semi non-zero chance of destroying things when trying to pick them up. So I will not be moving too many of those cabinets. The blue cabinets are a little too rare for me to ever screw around with them unless I am level 10. Now, I have in the past put a bed here, and if I can get away with it again, I will, because that's not a bad spot. Nope. I've always hated how some of these corners don't cull properly. See, this is not a bad spot for it, but I'll never see the mirror 99% of the time because of that. Because for some reason, some of those walls just love to disappear. Whatever, I don't care. I'm not going to put that much thought into this. A little bit, but not that much. Brio, how's it going? We are getting a little bit of stuff done today. Kind of doing some non-essentials. I mean, I'm surprised that my, now that Friday afternoon is around, I guess we're getting more people now. This morning it was very quiet, so I assumed it would be an off day today. We are currently in Riverside. And we're primarily here to explore some basements. We don't have a lot of room left in the ambulance, though, and that's fine. That is perfectly fine. I think I'll take Lincoln Street, and then we're out of here, regardless of whether I find what I'm looking for. Actually, okay, there's one basement that always seems to have a crafting space in it. In the hard to describe exactly where it is. It's up here next to Grandpa's house, so we're gonna go check that out really quick. Of course, there's a bunch of guys here. Why would there not be? I can't answer that on stream, I'm afraid. My lawyer has advised me not to answer that question. Let me phrase it this way. Adobe deserves to never earn another cent. And so I'm proudly participating in the Never Give Adobe Another Cent brigade. I will certainly never pay for any of their newer products, ever. Falling back a little bit, these trees are fucking me up here. I do not care about corpse discipline back here. We will not be driving these roads often enough. Yeah, GIMP, if I had learned GIMP, I definitely would be using nothing but. I have heard good things from other content creators about DaVinci Resolve. But I had that conversation with another Y2P artist, I Teach Fader. He made a couple of videos in, and it's really funny. It's really funny because he made a couple of videos with DaVinci Resolve, encouraging people to make the switch. Like he literally had some CDI characters. He sentence mixed them saying, "Make the switch, make the switch," and I was like, "Okay." But I told him, I said, like in the comments, I was like, the tools that we learn tend to be the ones we master. And I also rehashed the fact that my buddy and I, back in high school, were just constantly going back and forth about Vegas versus Premiere. It was Vegas and Premiere back then. That was the duopoly for video editing. It's great to see that there's an alternative now. Yeah, I suppose you could say that Final Cut is technically an alternative, but that's for the Apple ecosystem and the Apple ecosystem only. So I actually stopped a little early. This is not the house with the basement that I'm looking for. The next one is, but that's okay. This basement up here, like 3 out of 4 times I've looked at it, it's been an arts and crafts basement, which I think comes with a chance at a loom, but I don't remember exactly. No house keys. Most likely, best option is going to be to just destroy the door. Oh, no, you know what? You know what? I don't have to deal with that. I don't have to deal with the uncertainty of destroying a door. I am the owner of a sledgehammer. I don't have to abide by the rules of other people. I'm just going to break through the wall. Fuck you, Indy Stone. You're not going to make me disassemble another basement door if I don't have to. Standing there next to all those fucking trees. Or there could be a zombie inside of it, and I would never fucking know because trees make zombies invisible. No. No. I've got this beautiful, big red thing right here. I was going to use an inside door, but the sledgehammer is fast and quick. That's what I care about most. It does, of course. Hey, look at that. Look at that. It's okay. Now, 4 out of 4 times this basement has been an arts and crafts basement. Unfortunately, I misremembered. It is a spinning wheel down here, not a loom. I don't know what it was that made me think that there was a loom down here. I feel like I may have actually in the past seen a loom in one of these crates. Like as an item. No idea. The items in these containers are just all over the place. And I call it arts and crafts because, quite literally, a lot of the stuff you'll find down here is crafting related somehow. Or mechanics in several other cases. There's a fucking generator down here, too. Yeah, we're leaving that at the, I don't know. I don't know what we're doing with that. There's options. There's a few options we could do with that. Alright, well that's all containers. And we did not find what I was particularly looking for, so we're gonna, of course, take the generator and get out of here. I'm going to put the generator into a backpack. However, in order to do that, I need to put the generator somewhere first. So I emptied these shelves. We're going to put the generator in these shelves. And then I'm going to put a military backpack in my offhand. Now that the generator is in item form, we can fit it in a backpack as long as we drop a few things. We need to have less than 20 encumbrance on us. So a couple of my weapons are coming off. Now I can put it into my offhand bag here, and then put my weapons right back on. It's even easier to put it straight into your main backpack, but my main backpack is full and I don't feel like resorting it. Unfortunately, we cannot take these braziers with us. I'm mad about it. I absolutely would if I could, and I feel like we used to be able to. Cannot craft braziers either. Fascinating. Okay. I don't know how to move them around then. Alright, since my trunk is full, I think I'm out of here. Yeah, I'm out of here. Whoa. Can't blame anything else on that except my own stupidity. I'm just lucky I didn't crash. Usually I like to save the blue generators for mobile use and leave red generators at bases, but we've rather surprisingly had almost no red generators on this character. Don't know what it is. We've had a lot of old ones. We've had a lot of yellow ones, the best ones. We have not had a lot of red ones or blue ones, really. But both red and blue are not for long-term use. I'm just going to leave this propane tank here. There's not enough propane left in it to actually justify bringing it. Gas station base here deserves a nice big hearty B on the map. Actually, it'll get a G, because there's B usually means there's stockpiles. There's not really any stockpiles here, there's just gas. And it is projected, so it gets a green circle. Well, Lincoln Street is still before me, but we have no room for loot left, so I'm going to go ahead and head out of here. Additionally, I am going to take this duffel bag. However, what I'm going to do is also take this freezer. I know I was close to disassembling it earlier, but the thing with the freezer is you can break your inventory size when you pick it up. These things will let you pick them up regardless of how full you are. So even though we are extremely full right now, doesn't matter. We can go. We just can't get out and do anything right now. So we are headed back to base, and we are not stopping for anything. And once we get back to base, we're going to have to build a loom and resume with the flax processing, because all of our other flax is going to be blooming by now. Thankfully, we have a couple of weeks after it starts blooming, so we don't, not like extremely time sensitive, but I want to get it done by the end of the stream. This animal trailer is staying here. I forgot that it's there, so I'm going to make a mark. Because there are some sheep here that are like my sheep at the farm up north. And I would like to consolidate them at some point. And cars capable of being disassembled are located there. Ooh. I've never tried to tow one of these forward before. I'm going to give it a shot. If it doesn't work, I'll probably just abandon it and come back for it later. I don't know why I feel like I might be able to make this work. I've tried so many times to tow a vehicle forward with anything but a race car. We are bottoming out. Yep. I should have known. It's always a waste of time. It is always a waste of time. The most powerful vehicles in this game cannot tow forward unless it's a step van for some godforsaken reason. But at least by leaving it there, it's more conspicuous. I actually forgot that it was there because I didn't take the south entrance on the way in. So I didn't even remember it was there until we were on the way out. That being a sports car, pulling the broken parts off of it might be a task worthy of some mechanics experience. Brazier is functional. There was a patch note specifically about it. We had the option to break down fuel and put fuel into it. It just seems like the update that fixed braziers also seems to have broken them in a different way. Like, there's literally no reason to have an open flame in a basement. I don't usually recommend that. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap as to what we've been up to, we are currently coming back from Riverside after a bit of a ballooning task. Went up there to look at basements and see if we could find a loom. In addition, we went up there to repair the engine of our ambulance. We accomplished the engine repairs, but no loom has been located. I wanted a loom because I could not remember if the pre-built ones are better than the simple ones. There's no other way to build a loom right now. Now, a slight problem that I didn't really talk about on stream yet today is I fucked up my sleep schedule IRL a little bit. So I'm actually feeling about 4 hours ahead of where I normally would be. So that actually is... I'm getting sluggish like it's the evening, even though it's the afternoon. So I might have to end things a little earlier than I normally would on a Friday. But we'll get back to... I mean, I'm already feeling a little sluggish. It definitely does not feel like it's going to be a good thing to mess around with any massed combat operations today. I'm going to make sure that I get a good night's sleep tonight. Slip a little melatonin. Not that melatonin always helps. I feel like everybody I've ever talked to about melatonin has given me slightly different answers on how it works for them, if it does at all. Like, I got one of my best buddies who's got rather annoying insomnia, probably some of the worst I've heard of. He says he's tried it and it's done nothing. A lot of other people that I've talked to say different things. I haven't had too many people corroborate my experience, which is that it seems to do nothing to help me fall asleep, but if the goal is to stay asleep a little bit longer, it definitely seems useful for that, because whenever I wake up unexpectedly in the middle of the night after taking some melatonin, I am still like super eyelids heavy and everything. I can just doze right back off. But there have been times where I've taken a little bit of melatonin and it's done absolutely fuck all to get me to sleep. FDA still doesn't have any sort of official analysis of and melatonin is just... Everybody gets the standard label. This is not... this product is not meant to diagnose or treat any disease. But it definitely does something. Yeah, I feel like talking about it has made it worse. How shit works sometimes. In any case, we'll park here in the favored spot for unloading. Right. How's it going, Luchador? We are doing fun things today. Like trying not to fall asleep. Seroquel. Is that a pharmaceutical or is that a supplement? The melatonin saving grace is that it's not a pharmaceutical and therefore can be sold over the counter and whatnot. Hard to find a spot for the blower fan right now. I'll just put it on the ground. Yeah. I mean, I could think of a billion pharmaceuticals that would help me go to sleep. But the moment it becomes something that has to go behind the counter at the pharmacy instead of the front of it, that's when I'm like, well, I mean, I'm gonna get a prescription for it. I might as well go talk to my doctor, right? That's the YouTuber response, but that's also more or less the correct response. I don't have any super big arguments about that. I know Big Pharma has got all kinds of problems, but at the end of the day, they do exist for a reason. The alternatives to Big Pharma generally revolve around the kind of libertarianism that people would normally be very quick to rail against. Privately owned heroin production facilities win, right? It's right up there with privately owned nukes with how much damage it could do to society. The consenting adults argument is always a little difficult to fathom when you're trying to talk about the atomized individuals. Put a poultice on it. So we came home with like almost twice as many mountain cups as we deployed with. Maybe in like 150%. Point is, it's a lot. We now have more stale eggs. Every time eggs go stale, I can just toss them. We have billions of eggs. And we can get billions more if we just go inside the chicken coop here. Okay, now that my backpack is emptied, we are resuming crop drying and or harvesting. Even if we get a level of agriculture, we need to get 2 levels before the next book, so I don't see any amount of experience being a problem. And this is all flax, so I don't have to think about varieties. Hey, there it is. So level 7 agriculture now. And we are still book red for the next level. Yeah. No, that's very well put. That is very well put. For anybody who didn't catch that. Consenting adults, as an idea, I discovered has 2 problems nowadays. What is consenting and who is really an adult? Just earlier, I was watching some... I have a guilty pleasure. I occasionally watch body cam footage videos of very, 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 very silly people getting arrested. And I feel like nothing will more readily test your definitions of who is actually an adult than watching body cam footage of all sorts of people. I mean, I was gonna say, oh, there's a specific breed of woman that's like that. No. There are plenty of men. They just manifest differently. With women, it's the ones who just get babied all the time and never grow up. With men, I suppose you could say that there's a bit of babying and never growing up, but then there's people who have seemingly grown up in most other ways, but then still end up being extremely cringe to the point of getting Midwest Safety another 4 million views. Nothing against them. They're doing the Lord's work, in my opinion. All you gotta do is show the world what cops have to deal with. There has been no better like overall perspective shift for law enforcement than just showing everybody what they have to fucking deal with every day. I kind of wish I could do that with IT. I mean, we've already got the disclaimer. Calls may be recorded for quality assurance. Can making fun of dumbass users be quality insurance? Because boy howdy, I'd have some stories to tell you guys. But I also generally respect my clients, generally. I think we've actually got... Hang on a second. Okay, you know what? I just can't justify firing up more than 2 at this rate. Wait, I don't need to. What am I doing? This one right here is in the range. Yeah. Oh, no, we still have 35. Okay. So yeah, I'm just gonna put them on this one, but I'm not going to light the fire next to it. I don't feel like doing a fire for just one crop, just one drying rack. If anybody is not familiar, if you weren't here earlier, this room represents a optimization effort of a very, very, very silly system. Probably just as silly as some of the things we were talking about earlier. So this is what I did on my previous characters. This is Nora the Explorer. We were kind of taken off guard by the fact that everything we harvested needed to be dried. So we kind of built this in a bit of a rush. We kind of started adding drying racks to it ad hoc and just putting down fire pits in between them. So we never really got more than three drying racks per fire pit, and we ended up with 5 fire pits and not as many racks as we have now. This is a very thorough optimization of that. This is the non-isometric view of what you're doing here. You got a fire pit in the middle, which is 1 tile, and then you've got 4 drying racks around it, each of which are 4 tiles or 2x2s. The drying racks need to have at least 1 tile directly adjacent to the fire, because the heat produced by the fire is, it radiates at a fall off that hates diagonal tile movement. So a tile that is diagonal with the fire gets less heat than a tile that is directly adjacent. So that's why we kind of pattern them in like a windmill pattern here. So it kind of looks a little bit like a windmill. And then the fences are there so that we can actually reach the fire in the middle. Because anything you put in front of a low fence is something that the devs made it so anybody can just walk right through things when they are placed in front of the low fence. That was to counter the crate thing that people used to do. Or, yeah, just fence crate thing. Fence crate fence, that's what it was. In any case, we are now firing up just 2 of these fire pits here. You can't even see them. You can only see the outline here. I probably should do barrel ovens in the future. Would have got me some welding experience. I may need to chop wood. Actually, 18 firewood might be enough. We'll see. Oh, we also turned off the fire early. Now, if anybody didn't catch why we actually need to do these. These are, oh yeah, by the way, Luchador, these are not looms, these are drying racks. And what we need to do with these is, I suppose I should back up for a second here. The reason we need these is because we have to harvest crops that we plant in the fall. So like October planted crops, so that's your flax, barley, rye, wheat. Those are the only ones that actually work. Hops and hemp are supposed to be planted then, but they don't work. They fucking die because they don't have cold hardy. Every single thing you plant in October that actually can live has to be harvested in January. I'm going to say that again. Harvested in January. Because, you know, everybody knows that crops bloom in January. Anyway, the only way to... Once you harvest them, everything has a freshness stat. So if you harvest them and just put them somewhere, they will go rotten. So to get ahead of that, you have drying racks prepped. And to actually let the drying racks function, which, as we can see here, when it's cold, they don't function. They don't fucking do anything. And the only way that we can control the temperature in this game is by fire pits. That is the only way to control this temperature in this game. It doesn't matter that I have a climate-controlled van that I could probably fit one of these fucking drying racks into the trunk of. Doesn't matter that we've got electric ovens. Doesn't matter that there's AC units sticking out of half of these fucking buildings. No. The only way to control temperature is a goddamn fire pit. And yet the devs still saw fit to add temperature-dependent mechanics in this game. I'm done. I promise I'm done. I haven't given that screed in a little while, but I cannot stress enough that somebody on the Eddystone thought it was a good idea to introduce environmentally temperature-dependent crafting mechanics in a world where all of our options to control the environment are some of the least efficient bullshit you can ever think of. This is the single least efficient thing I could ever imagine doing in real life. Fire is not that good at heating things when you have so many other options. I mean, sure, it'll heat things. It's just so fucking wasteful. I cannot imagine how inefficient this is, what we're doing right now. We literally have a stove inside the house that is electrical. I'm electrical level, what is 6? Okay, I'm electrical level 4. Why can't I take the heating element out of the stove and just bend it a little bit? You know, I'm a blacksmith, I can bend things. Bend the heating element a little bit and just wire it straight into my fucking drying racks. And then just turn the bitch on. Why can't I do that? It'll produce heat, it'll be a little dangerous. Maybe a fire hazard, especially if it touches something. But that's a skill issue. Don't let it touch anything. And just flick the switch on and you're good. Whatever. Like I said, I'm mad about it. But we've got a solution. That is what all this tedious bullshit that we did here. This is the most optimal way to handle your winter crops right now. We even have a bed to sleep in here while we're working on this. Technically my safest bed in this base right now. We'll probably need a few refills, so I'm going to go ahead and fill these duffel bags back up with firewood. What my strategy is here for firewood is we did a massive shipment of logs, and we unstacked all of the logs at once, like, what was it? Like a total of 30-something quad stacks of logs. We unstacked them all in the same spot, and when you use the crafting menu to produce items, you can limit break the tile limits, which is how we have 700 encumbrance worth of logs on this one tile. It really makes the firewood versus plank sawing versus anything else. Like I could burn it for charcoal, I could saw it into planks, or use it for firewood. It's great, I love it. Now, because we're only doing... You gotta be kidding me. 3 and then finally 4. I'm sorry, we're only doing, Oh, this is my worst nightmare. One of them is ahead of the other by, like, a few minutes. Oh my god, I hate it when that happens. I'm gonna top them both off with, twigs. Or splinters. I'm going to top them both off with splinters. Thank God we have a lot of splinters. Ask people if Echo Creek is gone. You're gonna poke a hornet's nest if you do that, but I think you know exactly what you're doing there. Okay, so these two fires are at least completely synchronous with each other now. Oh, you know what? I just said that this is technically one of the safest places to sleep. It's not. These windows aren't barricaded. So this place is actually more vulnerable than the rest of my base. Whatever. We haven't had a single zombie in Phallus Lake for months now. Outside of it, right next to it, all over the place. Yeah, Kraken, I would love glass making plus electrical. Because light bulbs, of course, it's not the glass that breaks when light bulbs go out, it's the filament inside of them. It would actually take some pretty precise understanding of. Actually, I would probably put that as like a blacksmithing and electrical skill. Because filaments, the little filament that lights the incandescent bulb. Um, Somebody, I don't remember who, somebody said that incandescent bulbs, which is what everybody used in the 90s, it's what all these bulbs are. Incandescent bulbs are space heaters that happen to give off light. So, similar principle to what I was talking about before with heating elements. But, I mean, I was. I forgot to get this into my screen. If I wanted to warm myself up and I was in a situation like this, um, and I had access to a generator, but I didn't want to like warm up an entire building because that would be very inefficient. What I would do is have a sleeping bag, you know, something that's really good at retaining heat, and I would extract the bulb socket with the power cable from lamps, so that you just got just a little headless lamp that you can screw an incandescent bulb into. Just put a few incandescent bulbs, put them in my sleeping bag, and just leave them on while I sleep. Um, I probably would not actually do that. I would need something fireproof. Yeah, I would probably wrap the bulbs in tin foil or something. Yeah, I'd probably wrap the bulbs in tin foil. And then I would probably actually, before going to sleep, I would probably just test it by leaving it on for a couple of hours while I'm awake to make sure that it doesn't catch on fucking fire. But yeah, that's what I would do in real life. And just, you know, one of many things that you could do in a situation like this that, of course, the game probably is never going to let you do. The fact that there's no mechanic whatsoever for bed sheets at all in a game where character temperatures can actually be very important. I got nothing. Yeah, literally me, you might be correct about that. You might be correct about that. I'm kind of afraid of you being correct about that. Carbonized cotton strings. No shit. I did not know that. Carbonized cotton strings, that doesn't sound like it's using any specifically annoying to acquire resources. Carbonized, I feel like that could mean many things. I thought there was some copper involved. That was my thought. I thought that copper was involved, and anytime something like copper is involved, that's when a situation like this, the apocalypse, where you got no more global supply lines, no more copper mines running. That's when I stopped thinking about things that require copper, unless it's like critical electronics that require very, very small amounts. Something disposable like a light bulb, I would never want to use never want to use copper for if I can get away without. LEDs, I don't remember being very common in the 90s. I'm pretty sure they existed, but I don't think they were very common. I think LEDs are just silicon, aren't they? If they were, I'm pretty sure in this game, scrap electronics are kind of supposed to represent silicon, among other things. Okay, so all of our fountain cups of milk have been dispersed. We are going to go milk cows. We've got 28 fountain cups later. Ooh, look at all that wool on this sheepy boy here. That right there is a Rambouillet actually doing its job. I thought I left my shears up here. I was supposed to leave my shears up here. But I might have Oh, oops. We'll get some more shears later then. These rabbits would have litters already in the previous builds of the game. We grabbed them as bunnies, and they're still bunnies. So the changes to animal growth rate are very noticeable. Pure carbon just has high resistance, low light intensity. Has to be in a non-oxygen. Okay. That makes sense. But there's no, like... When I think of carbon, I don't usually ever think of electrical stuff. Usually. I mean, obviously graphene, but graphene is still a bit of a meme. Whenever I think of carbon... Carbon as a resistor. I mean, I feel like there's obviously a good reason that it's not currently used as often. Functional, practical. Yeah, that makes sense. Improvised light bulb would probably have a lot shorter of a reach. If such a thing even existed. I mean, now I'm curious, because this is relevant, very relevant to my interests. I am a glazer of the field of materials science. I think a lot of our problems in the modern world can somehow be traced back to a lack of progress in materials science, where we probably should have had some. Incandescent light bulb. Resistively heated wire filament. Wikipedia, just remember dark mode, would you? Tungsten. Yeah, okay, here we go. Filaments made of rare metals. That's a fucking meme in a situation like this. That is something only a 19th century aristocrat would ever consider a good idea. Well, and anybody who's gone to the modern economic schools. Osmium. Yeah, I don't see that happening. Filling a bulb with inert gas such as argon or nitrogen. Getting nitrogen without industrial equipment. Good luck. Well, getting pure nitrogen without, yeah, that's going to be very hard. You can get some you can get some nitrogen. You just get some crops that produce it, and no, I don't think there's much farther you can do with that without some way of vacuum sealing it. It'll just mix into the air. You can't put nitrogen producing plants in an oxygen free environment and expect to get anything. Coiled coil filament. Now they're not talking about materials anymore. Yeah, this base. I should have known this entire section is nothing but tungsten. Tantalum. See, another thing is, if carbon could be used to produce light, there would be more bioluminescent life forms, like tons more. If it was easy and not a calorically costly process to produce light just using carbon, I feel like we would have bioluminescence out the wazoo. what? Platinum, carbon, and gold. Okay. Ceramic glow bar? Silicon carbide. Now, silicon carbide, still not going to be easy. Red phosphorus. Mercury vacuum pumps. Oh no, that's just a backstory. Never mind. In the end, Edison did return to a carbon filament. Now, that being said, I think Edison was actually, if I'm not mistaken in my history, I think he was actually an early patent troll. He was, he did invent things, but I think he was more of a patent troll than an inventor, if I'm not mistaken. Carbonized bamboo filament. Lasts more than 1,200 hours. Now that's interesting. What's the site on that? Ugh, an ISBN. I can't pull that up. Not on a live stream. Doesn't exist anymore, does it? Ah, it uses Moby now, does it? Why is it in Japanese? Right. Yeah, they don't have it. How's it going, Zacto? We're looking at light bulbs right now. As I tend to do every once in a while when I get distracted by something, I start looking into it and wondering whether it's going to be a viable thing for Project Zomboid. You know what I should be doing right now is making sure that the fire is running. It actually is not that big of a deal if I get distracted right now as long as the fires are still going. The beacons must remain lit. Oh, illuminating, huh? Yeah, no, now what I would be more interested in, is can recovered light bulbs, or can you recover parts from existing light bulbs and reuse them? That would be something I would very much like to know. I mean, I feel like there's been, if it was a viable thing, recycling programs would have probably gotten into that. Oh, I love it. It works. Oh, that's going to take a minute. Yeah, it's going to take like 10 minutes to download. But that is that's the source right there. Fortunately, I cannot elaborate on where that's coming from. Now, I'm curious. That's actually not that bad. Honestly, this is not that bad. We're still 72 degrees right here. So this drying rack over here, it's going to be far behind the others. We're not getting any bonuses, but it's actually still progressing. So even though this particular drying rack that we're standing in right here, it's a little too far to be getting optimal optimal temperature from this fire right here. That's fine. It's progressing, and that's all I really care about right now. It's a light bulb in a fire station that's been burning since 1901. Amazing. I would believe it, because if you get the right kind of light bulb that's not designed to be planned obsolescent garbage, I would believe it. I love it when download times go up and down randomly. It's started out as like 9 minutes. Now it's up to 21 minutes. It might just die too. It's been known to happen. I love captchas. Captchas are fun. I didn't know DDoS Guard was still in operation. I actually thought DDoS Guard got killed when the Russia-Ukraine war started, because DDoS Guard is it's sort of like a Russian, if I'm not mistaken, DDoS Guard is the Russian equivalent of Cloudflare. Oh great, that one's even worse. Yeah, I'm not waiting 30 minutes for that. Fuck. Imagine if we could just have knowledge at the speed of the internet instead of at the speed of backwater molasses in January. Now, that being said, while we're on the topic of light bulbs, over here on the floor I have 8 boxes of light bulbs. That's 8 times 6. That is 48. Really should know my multiples by now. My multiple of 8. No, yeah, that's yeah. We've got a metric lot of light bulbs, and stealing them from cars is more viable than ever. Now that cars, and this is probably going to get dialed back, the cars have a lot of good parts in them. So I think we can get started with some tailoring now. While we're still just waiting for that, we just want to periodically check back in on the drying racks. Alright, I'll build a simple loom. I really didn't want to build one of these ugly fucking things. I actually hate the way they look. Long stick times 5. Hey, you know what? I brought home some long sticks because they were getting increasingly annoying to find in this area. The Phoebus Cartel. That sounds... I'm just going by how it sounds. That sounds like a... sounds like one of those people that would try to make light bulbs obsolescent. Did I really only find 2? Or 3? I've got to have more than that. Yeah. Maybe I don't. Just gotta have more than that. There's some trees right up here that I could cut for that. I'm going to grab the wood axe for that. So if we've got 3 right now, we need a total of 6? 5. Okay, I just need to cut 2 of these trees then. What's up, KTO? You know what? I'm actually right there with you, and I don't even know 100% why. Jimmy's, if you want to find the colored light bulbs, just go by the shade, the lamp shade. If you go to residential buildings and look at the lamps, a lamp with a blue shade will give you a blue light bulb. Red shade is a red light bulb. Exterior lights, the kinds of lights like the little hanging iron ones or the little bar ones, exterior lights will give you something with like a slightly reddish tint to it. And I kind of like those sometimes. I think we got, yeah, that's 2. That's good. Just gonna leave the wood axe up here. But yeah, no, Casey, I'm right there with you because I actually got a really shit sleep last night. I ended up waking up at 2 this morning, for no real reason. I mean, I did actually have a. So I was actually a little bit. I was very weirded out yesterday. I was actually mulling over whether I even wanted to discuss this on stream. It gets a little political. But I think it's worth mentioning. I work in a county. My current on-site for my job is Fairfax County. Fairfax has a long history, very long history, almost as old as the United States itself. Virginia, obviously, Virginia being one of the earliest colonies. There's an individual by the name of Fairfax who did something quite horrific just the other day while I was there working on site in Fairfax County, right down the road from the asshole. And call him an asshole. He's not actually the worst among my local politicians. And I'm not even being ironic when I say that. I can't talk about exactly what he did on YouTube because that would be a ticket to getting one of those little blue banners under my video. And I haven't had one of those yet, so still I'm trying to stay ahead of that. But if you look up I can't not make the joke. Okay, so yesterday I was just in Fairfax. The guy's name is Justin Fairfax. I'm sorry, I had to make that joke. It's hard to joke about a guy who just passed away, but yeah, no, I have to cope with things by humor sometimes. And that was just a sad story to read about, all things considered. Like his political leanings, I really, I have lots of disdain for some of my local politicians, and if this guy ended up being my governor, which I actually firmly believe that he could have been my governor, minus one mistake that he made, I would probably hate him just a little bit less than our current governor. But I still would not want his kids to become orphans, because that's what happened, and that's a really sad thing. That's a really, really, really sad thing. I am not one of those people who are so deep down the political rabbit hole that he actually wishes an ironic harm on everybody of the other persuasions, or any persuasion really, even the people who tend to get violent. We wiped out a propane tank there. I don't think we ended up bringing home any. I'm gonna double check. Yeah, I know, right? Literally a light bulb in there. But yeah, no, I ended up staying up really late reading about what happened to that guy. The absolute TLDR is he was the lieutenant governor of Virginia for a while, and then suddenly there was an election coming up. It was it 2019? Or 2019 was when when things happened to him. But it was because he was ramping up for the 2020 election, I believe. Oh no, it was the 2021 election. So issues happened with this guy between him and his party in 2019 over an election that was 2 years later. I suppose I can avoid the more conspiratorial sides of things and basically just say that he had some very conveniently timed allegations against him that he vehemently denied. But every single politician and talking head and support group for politicians, right? So the Black Congressional Congress and other, like not, or Black, what was it? Black Congressional Caucus, that's what it was. Just basically everybody and their dog of that political persuasion immediately came out and disavowed the man. Immediately. Almost as if they're all on some kind of mailing list. I'll leave that up to everybody else to decide whether that's the case or not. The point being, it was a little bit too conveniently timed. And it only seemed to happen because he didn't just go with the plan when it came time for Terry McAuliffe to be the next governor. And that gave me a very dark laugh because Terry McAuliffe was the next chosen individual. He was going to be the next governor, and then he fucking lost to a Republican in Virginia. I laughed really fucking hard when I realized that the guy who I'm talking about here, Justin Fairfax, who just did a very horrible thing the other day and made his kids orphans, his political career was absolutely annihilated over an election that his party ultimately fucking lost. That got me on nihilism tint right there reading that. That got me really, really nihilistic. Because, I mean, again, I'm not even coming at this right now, at least. I have opinions about my local Democrats, especially Spanberger, but that's less of her being a Democrat and more of her being an ex-Glowy. The agency that she came from is a lot worse than the Democrats, let me put it that way. But no, I don't even have that much disdain for them. It's just the particular way that they like to handle when their own people step out of line. I don't think I've ever seen... I've never seen that from any other political party, short of the ones that just literally shoot people. I mean, obviously, you go to certain other countries, and when they don't like a political candidate, they just shoot them. That's still happening to this day in Russia, apparently. I don't remember the guy's name, but there was somebody in Russia who was shot just in the last couple of years. But I guess here in the West, we have to do it in a more refined way. We have to go find people who have been wronged by a candidate and make sure that their story goes into the court of public opinion, and then just make sure everybody turns against them all at once, and that's it. Now, the second order effect of that, his legal practice pulling in fractions upon fractions of what it could pull in after he ended his political career, and then his eventual divorce to his wife that got messier and messier, to the point where they were finalizing and he was supposed to move out at the end of April. I don't know, man. It actually got me thinking that a lot of people right now are very happy to see Eric Swalwell get removed in a similar way to how Justin Fairfax was. I wouldn't even wish this outcome on Swalwell. It's not worth it. Because a little bit messed up. I disagree with some of his takes, but he's still a dad of 3. I don't want him doing that anything like what Justin just did. Where's the best for people and food? I don't. I feel like Brazil is one of those places where you're always going to have like a small, low-level risk. If I didn't know better, I would say that it actually depends on what country you are from if you're visiting Brazil. Or just, if you're visiting any place that the U.S. Department of State lists as a general or high risk. I can't remember if Brazil is general or high. Hang on. Travel advisories. Level 2. Date issued May 2025, as if there was any real changes there. But yeah, if you want to find out about whether it's safe to travel places, if you're from the United States, of course, this is most relevant. But even if you're from other countries, you can go to the U.S. Department of State's website here, and then just imagine that your chance of being kidnapped is probably about anywhere between 4 and 10 times higher if you're not an American citizen. And the reason for that is just simple foreign policy. A lot of other countries that are not the United States, even here in the West, will actually pay ransoms. And because of that, kidnapping groups will just go after them very quickly. Like as soon as that guy's from Sweden or something like that. I don't know. I don't even know if Sweden is a good example of that. But I do know that if you come from certain other countries that have in the past paid ransoms, every time a country pays a ransom to a kidnapper, they're basically just saying, like, yeah, go ahead and take our people. We'll pay you to get them back. So, yeah, if you're not from the U.S., you can just go to the Department of State and multiply any advisories of that nature by an order of magnitude. Why am I still Why am I still winded right now? I thought I was still carrying something. No, I'm not. I'm supposed to be getting, what is it, logs and twine? After we got the rags. Okay. Oh, right. No, I do believe that, actually. I do believe that. I have heard stories. Is it 4 logs? Yeah. And if it seems like I'm getting even more distracted, that's another symptom of me just being tired. I'm more easily distracted when I'm tired. Come on, woman, calm down. You've not been pushing her that hard, that consistently. Rags will definitely be the easiest of the material options here. How do you... Real? Is that how it's pronounced? Like R-E-A-L, real? Or is it just R-E-A-L, like real? I have seen the word... I've seen the word many times in that context, but I've never heard it pronounced. Alright, so this is what we were after right here. This is a simple version of what we were after back in Riverside. It looks, as you can see, it looks absolutely ugly as fuck, and I hate it. I really hate it. I didn't want to build this. I wanted the pretty version, but we couldn't find it, so whatever. This is how you use flax. Really? Really? Okay. Okay, then. Alright. So, I thought we could use flax to make burlap. We can only use hemp. Only. Okay. Well, the crop that is currently ungrowable is the crop that we need if we want to make more burlap. So what I thought the paradigm was that we could get more sacks from growing flax. Sacks for flax. No, that's not how that works. There is no pipeline for that. Burlap must come from... Yeah, okay. So what that means is we did not actually need the loom yet. The spinning wheel is more relevant first. So as you can see, the 3 recipes for a loom here. Weave burlap, only available through hemp. Weave cheesecloth, that requires thread. Cloth also requires thread. So what we have to do is basically all of the flax must turn into thread. So yeah, we're gonna be doing a little bit of that spinning wheel nonsense here. And of course, we need the lights on for that. Now, unfortunately, this does not get us experience. However, this gets us a lot of thread. Thread, if you use it for tailoring and many things, but in large enough quantities, thread is used for just straight up making bolts of cloth. When I said, it said 100 units, I think that actually meant, yeah, so it says 100 uses, but that's actually talking about, like, you only need to spend 5 full spools of thread to make an entire fabric roll of cloth. Now, something that I would find very neat is if we could take this cotton fabric roll that we just made and turn around and dye it. I don't think we can do that. Nope. Dyeing clothing is still just specific to the clothing item. You can dye wool. I'm sorry, you can dye yarn. You can dye yarn and then turn around and take that yarn and knit it into something, but you cannot dye clothing threads or clothing before you make it, right? Also, these cotton fabric rolls are massive. They weigh 10 encumbrance each. It's rather ridiculous. I put them in the back here. It's full already. So with a cotton fabric roll, you can make quite a few things. We're going to try a few recipes with that after we get our first sleep here. So right now in our backpack, we've got a cotton fabric roll, 5 units of thread. We're entirely using stuff that came out of our garden at this point. You know what? Before I sleep, she's looking a little dirty. We're going to give her a laundry run. Wash up overnight. I just wanted to make sure that we wouldn't get cold. Oh yeah, the fabric rolls from Brandenburg, you can actually get some colors that you won't be able to get with the flax. Flax always gives you that kind of ugly looking off-white color. I don't know if I would ever usually wear that. Stress, probably. I mean, I would do it. Stress noises from turkeys are possibly the most annoying noise in this video game. Alright, what can we do with a cotton roll? I can do Long Johns. That is a level 5 recipe. I can craft my own Long Johns now. I can't use the denim fabric roll for that. That's unfortunate. I would if I could. Absolutely, I would make denim Long Johns. Fuck yeah. Full body Long John layer protection. Yeah. I didn't even see how much experience we got because I was too busy looking at other things. So we're doing that one more time. We can do 2 of these per cotton roll. 117 tailoring experience. That's actually pretty good. It's probably not the most efficient use of our cotton, though. So pants are a level 3 recipe. Let's establish a baseline here. So for 117 experience, we had to use 5 uses of cotton fabric roll. So it's 117 divided by 5. We're getting 23, about 25 experience per use of a fabric roll with that recipe. So we're going to try pants next. I'm going to sew some pants. That got us 52. So that used 3 uses. So that's 52 divided by 3. That's about 17.3 experience. So that is less efficient than the long johns. We can straight up make a sheet out of a cotton fabric roll use. Didn't know we could even do that. I'm glad we can do that. That's cool. Actually, I never usually would have thought of sheets as something the player can even make. So actually, a shirt, crafted cotton shirt, I believe it's actually one of the highest insulation shirt layers. So I actually made that not even for the experience, but just so that I have one on hand. Gonna put it in the crate here with the other things just to have on hand. How is our fabric? Looks like that's all right. I'm gonna go ahead and do some more long johns then, because that is the me love you long john. Yeah, no, there is no... I don't know of anything you can put on the sweater layer that does not cause you to sweat. The hoodie occupies the sweater layer. And I have looked at everything that I can think of that could possibly go in that layer. Everything is going to nuke your chest insulation into orbit. For anybody watching, if you're not familiar, chest insulation... your chest is where you vent a lot of your body heat from. Huh. The download just straight up failed. Go figure. No, I don't want to go on tour. Don't ever use Tor without a VPN, by the way. Mental Outlaw is a goofball. You don't have to listen to him for everything. I told him this. I straight up told him. I said, you don't use a VPN to hide from governments and other threat actors, nor do you use it to hide from people who are trying to track you on the internet. Because if they're doing endpoint tracking, they're going to find your endpoint no matter what, because you're connecting to their services. No, you want to use it to prevent your ISP from knowing what you're doing. That is the purpose of a VPN. And it is pretty much the only purpose of a VPN. But that exact purpose is why you want to use a VPN instead of just raw dogging Tor. Because I can guarantee you 100% that every ISP in the United States has a list of people who raw dog Tor. And what are they going to do with that list? I don't know. But it exists. And think about it this way. When whatever political party you dislike the most, Republicans, Democrats, whatever, imagine when they come around knocking and asking ISPs for Tor a list of people who use Tor. It's going to happen someday. It's a question of when, not if. Don't be on that list. That's my policy. My ISP has no fucking idea what I do other than play video games on Steam and watch YouTube all day. They definitely know I'm a streamer, because obviously You can't hide that kind of traffic, and not what I would never want to. It is excessively obvious when you're streaming on the internet. You light up like Christmas lights. Well, I mean, okay, so you use a long sleeve. That's a different slot, right? Hoodies are a unique slot that can only be covered by hoodies, sweater vests, regular sweaters, or like the knitted sweater. Basically, if it doesn't have the word sweater in its name, then it doesn't go in that slot. So, yeah, I know. It's true. It really is true. 1984 has shown its ugly face in certain places, but not all of them. And I'm glad that it is a very progressive rollout, and there's opportunities to fight back against it. I mean, we only just the other day, some fuckwit senator introduced a bill to introduce age attestation at the federal level. And, who had this take? This might have been a V take, actually. I almost never watch V. At least, if I do, I'll just like look at whatever he's looking at and then read it myself, because why do I need some squeaky voice Romanian to read something to me and give me his extremely out of touch takes? He's like a broken clock that's right once a month. But no, I can't find the video now. Basically, the moral of the story is large social media companies want age verification because they're currently, and this probably applies to YouTube too, they're probably technically among this crowd, even though they might not be openly lobbying for it. They want age verification as a concept because they have failed so thoroughly at protecting kids on their platform, and now the boomers and older millennials are finally starting to realize just how fucking cooked their kids are for parking them in front of an iPad and letting them use Facebook or whatever the fuck else. They're just finally starting to realize that. In my defense, it took me a couple of years myself. I was a absolute Facebook addict for a good solid 5 or 6 years after getting out of high school. Still learned faster than the boomers or the older people in my generation. So, yeah. Anyway, they're only just now figuring that out, and of course, Facebook does not want to deal with the infrastructure that is required to verify the age of everybody. They don't want to fucking deal with that. So if you make it a federal level requirement, or just even a state level requirement in enough states, to just have operating systems do it for you, then you don't have to worry about it. Websites just need to check and see if the operating system is flashing that this is an underage user or not. And look at that. They don't have to do no fucking work. So really, the reason these laws are getting pushed so hard is a direct financial motive, but it's not actually a motive that has much to do with what we all assume it does, which is, stealing IDs and getting IDs. No, actually, it's a little bit more just sheer fucking laziness. It's just sheer fucking laziness. Nobody wants to be responsible for ID verification except for the people who do it as part of their direct business model. Facebook doesn't want to have to do their own thing. Google doesn't want to have to do their own thing. You know what? We have fog. I'm just gonna... Oh yeah, that breaking sound, by the way, we just broke another butter knife. They ramped this up massively. And there's our wooden rod. Okay. That is now the third butter knife we have broken while processing this flax. Also, I'm a fucking idiot. I forgot to refill the... We're so close, too. We're so close. I only need to refill these fires once. So we have now broken one wooden rod and 3 butter knives. And we're about to just go make some more fucking butter knives. Can't use any other knife. It's got to be something extremely thin, like a butter knife. I never got my clothes into the dryer, did I? Like I said, I'm getting really brain dead right now. This is why we're not doing any combat ops. We're just chilling today. cool thing is, in this universe, there's no mold. What I mean by that is, if you forget to take your clothes out of the washer for a while, then you don't have to worry about mold in your clothes. They just dry. Dryers are really only necessary if you need your clothes, like, immediately. But one of the reasons, Katio, that I was talking about slots is because anytime I put on a hoodie, I have to remember to take it off, because my standard kit does not include a hoodie. The only reason I wear one in that case is because I need the insulation to just be walking around here chilling in the freezing cold. But as you can see, we're now beautiful, pristine, clean for a little while at least. We are now going to make a few more butter knives with that ball peen hammer that should be right in fucking front of us. What's going on here? What did I do with it? Oh, I put it back in the wrong container here. Did I? No. Where did I fucking put it? Where did my fucking hammer go? How do I lose a ball peen hammer? It was just supposed to be in the trunk of the truck. That's why I keep all my tools back there. Okay. You're going to tell me I don't have a spare ball peen. And the worst part about that is it could be anywhere. If I absent-mindedly forgot to put my ball peen hammer back, I could have dropped it somewhere. I could have assumed that it wasn't mine. Okay, I'm going to go across the street to the tool store and hope that I left one there. Okay, what's... like I said, I'm really, really brain dead right now. I'm getting worse by the minute. I was supposed to refill the fires. No, yeah, Facebook was the first in, and or not the first in best dressed. That was MySpace. Actually, no, Facebook was the best dressed of the social media companies. Millennials like myself, and then the boomers eventually followed us. We picked it, or on the whole, I didn't pick it, but everybody else picked it because of the standardization. You know, everybody was the same. You didn't have the complexities of setting up a MySpace page, which usually requires you to be a little bit creative, just a little bit. I feel like a ball peen hammer is not a big ask for a tool store. And I don't think I would have extracted too many. At this point, I almost make it a purpose to not take more than I need. It's a claw hammer. Plenty of those. Oh, right. Of course. Okay. So, not only have I lost my ball peen hammer, but there's no new ones over here to find. So, gonna fuck around back here somewhere. I don't know if I ever even checked some of these vehicle trunks. Some masonry. Of course, I checked these trunks. This is my town. Should have popped that door. A lot of this is food back here. Okay, we're starting to sweat. What is it? Is it the fucking long johns? Yeah, it's the tank top too. So, like I was saying before, with hoodies being their own layer, so are tank tops. And wearing the tank top actually probably insulated me even more than the long johns did. But with those two layers off, I should be sweating a little less. I can't fucking stand sweating. Whenever I see the little stupid little sun up there and I see the little moist thing, that's just basically a flashing light saying, "You're wasting water. You're wasting water. You're gonna drink more often. You're gonna be empty more often. You're gonna have to go refill your water bottle more often." Tedious. Oh, farming and rural supply might have something. I really need to get in better habit of leaving my own town's doors unlocked. It's also going to be really hard to dry off now that we're just a little bit wet. It was a club hammer. Not quite the kind of hammer I was looking for. It's a shame I can't use a club hammer in in place of any. I swear, the moment I get another ball peen, I'm going to immediately turn around and make more ball peen hammers. That's because, I mean, if I have one, I can make more. It never occurred to me that I might just, like some kind of a fucking idiot, misplace my one and only ball peen hammer in the entire area. Let's see if I can get lucky here. Got some guy's shed right here. One man in his quest for a ball peen hammer. Think that's gonna stop me? You think that's gonna stop me? I carry around a welding torch now. We've already cleared it, but I suppose that is something I could have left on the floor. You know what? Long sticks, I'll take them. Fucking gas can in here. Don't break your peen. Hey, there's one. It's got a handle that's about to break, but it's mine. Fuck yeah. I must have looked completely. That's one of the problems, is I'm programmed to just completely overlook them. Once I get one, it doesn't break from crafting much. Don't fucking tell the Indy Stone I said that. They'll definitely make it break if they hear that. I don't care about the rest of this right now. I have room, so I'll take it, but whatever. First thing I'm going to make with this when I get back is more ball peen. I did, yes, but I found one, thankfully. We do have a bolt cutter now. It was for tires, if we wanted to make some tire armor. Oops. Wrong F button. That's how you know I'm getting really cooked. Can't even hit the buttons I've been Pavlovian trained to hit. Okay, that too. And that... Okay. I probably need to call it tomorrow morning in game. My ball peen hammer was in this box. I just didn't scroll down far enough. Oh my god. Alright, well. That was a problem. That was definitely a problem. And we're going to make sure that that problem gets solved permanently. You know that saying, you always figure out exactly how to win one type of warfare right before the next war? Well, we have solved the ball peen hammer problem permanently. Now there's 3 spares on the floor right there. And you know what? The one we just found, it's got a different looking handle, so it can join the spares too. Oh, now I want to get cold. Okay. Cool. That's going to get me even more cynical. See, one of the problems that caused that there is that I accidentally canceled the recipe. That was the problem. Whenever you cancel a crafting recipe, if you pull tools out of a container, like you have to do now, ever since the multiplayer update, that broke using tools from nearby containers without taking them out. If you cancel something, it will not put it back. Anyway, we were supposed to come over here and make butter knives. Okay, you know. I'm gonna fix this thing's handle. Went out of my way to go pick this ball peen hammer up, so it's mine now. We just made 8 butter knives. Let's see how many we break. And after all that, let's get some more firewood in. We might be done. Hang on. Actually, that looks like we're done. Yeah, a lot of these are done now. So, the fire, when it goes out, it goes out. So I'm gonna, like I said, I am gonna call it in game tomorrow when we wake up tomorrow morning. Until then, I need a few more wooden rods over here too, because that one broke. I can turn these fires off now. All of these are the correct color of dark green. I hate fog. So we only broke one knife that time. Alright, you know, I really do hope that every time we break or lose condition on one of these knives or even break them, I do hope that we're actually getting a little bit of maintenance experience in the process. So that is 5 butter knives we've broken. Wait a minute. If our inventory ended up getting full, it didn't. We're good. If our inventory had gotten full, I'm not sure we would have. It might have canceled the craft or something because there would have been nowhere for the blacks to fall on the ground. So now we've got this military backpack full of nothing but flax that's been scutched, but then it needs to be taken to the next level. I'm gonna get my first sleep. Thankfully, this is much faster and doesn't require tools. Oh, wait, shit. We're doing the wrong recipe here. I forgot Ripple is first. Scutch is second, and now Comb is third. Okay, I know I said I was going to end it next game, or next day in game. To be honest, we're probably going to be able to fast forward through an entire day, just processing some of this flax, not all of it. So I'm gonna do another day of flax processing here, because we'll be able to spend the entire day fast forwarding through it now. Let me just also empty my backpack. So this is going to be a relatively shorter day, all things considered. Shut up. Care about that IDM. Don't connect to the update server, because I don't fucking let you. You don't need to remind me of that. And if you're curious how I can spend an entire day on this, this right here, just taking the Scotch flax, turning it into heckles and toes. Yeah, this will be a full day just for the flax we've already done. What the hell? Why did it just unpause? I only know of one thing that will unpause the game. Or, sorry, not unpause. Sorry, change the speed. I don't know why the speed just changed back to normal. Maybe it's because we were taking that much damage from being over-encumbered. But it also could be a zombie. I'm going to go outside really quick. Oh, look, we're looking okay. It may have just because we lost a little bit of health from being over-encumbered. Otherwise, I only know of... yeah, if there was a zombie right within 3 tiles, that would have set the fast forward... terminated the fast forward level. I literally can't fit all the flax. I don't know why I'm even trying. The flax toes are useful over here. The heckled flax is only useful in front of the loom, so yeah, we'll just put it over here. Now for another phase of tool use. See, we've almost blown another day just by processing a portion of this. It's actually perfect for bedtime right there. Perfect timing. All right, now for sure I'll be done tomorrow morning in game. Yeah. I'm gonna just go ahead and start using some of the flax that we made. See if we can't get us. If I can get tonight to the point where I'm ready to read the next tailoring book, that would be a great stopping point for the night. This shed actually needs to be at the spinning wheel, so it was supposed to be over there. Damn it. I suppose if I can't put anything else in this corner, then leaving the flax on the floor there is not the worst thing. There's another 10 thread. Turn that into another 2 cloth. Yeah. Then we can turn around and turn that into another couple of long johns, which I do think is still our best recipe. Something I want to check is there's a recipe here called a hide wallet. I can't remember if I made one of those yet. It's a level 3 recipe. It only costs 1 hide. Still have a few crude leathers to work with. Can make a hide holster. I can use furred leather. So you're telling me I could make a black and white Holstein holster? I could make a Holstein holster. It probably isn't that specific. I think even if we used furred leather, it would just come out with a regular hide. I've been rather disappointed at how many times we can use 65, that's not that bad. But that cost me some aramid thread and an entire small leather, so no good. So for something I'm never going to wear, cod pieces are not good in this game. Go. Beautiful. I ended up making a few more of these long johns than I would have preferred, but it works. We can turn around and scrap them for rags and use the rags for something else later. Even if I have to resort to grinding rag bandanas, I'm not beyond that. But we are now tailoring level 6, and that means we need to go read tailoring volume 4. Which I'm going to go pick up now and leave in my backpack for next time. We'll resume tailoring leveling and see if we can't... I mean, now that I've done my flax harvest, I should be able to take it straight to 10. There should be no excuses. I'm pretty sure 30 flax crops, that should be more than enough, theoretically. And we do have all the tailoring books, so... Alright, folks, we've had a good one. I'm going to go ahead and get our second sleep here. And then we are going to call it for today. Alrighty, Dani shall bid us farewell. And I am going to take my closing game screenshot over here. I always recommend screenshotting your bases so that you can keep track of your progression. In my case, having a bunch of dried crops on the floor and a bunch of used tool parts. There we go. You can see a couple of my vehicles from this angle. Alrighty. So last thing we always do here is... Hey, Renzar. Yeah, sorry about that. I couldn't go too much longer today. Unfortunately, I have... my sleep schedule got a little messed up IRL, and I didn't get much sleep last night. So I'll definitely be going longer on Saturday, though. So last thing I always do here is back up my save for anybody who has not seen the routine. I highly encourage everybody who plays B42 Unstable to do this. So you go to C, users, username, Zomboid, and then go to saves, go to Apocalypse, sorted by date modified. Here's the most recent one. And all we've got to do is copy this entire folder and paste it wherever you like. I like to iterate my backups, so I copy the whole folder, go up a little ways to my backups folder here, and then the one with the same name here. This is part 15 of Dani the Drifter's journey through B42. So I paste the entire folder in there. So to give an example of why I iterate my backups is all these are separate save files from different parts of our journey. So part 14, if I wanted to roll back to that, I copy this folder into my saves and either delete the existing one or change the name, right? So I could change the name to 42160001 and then like __ 14 or something like that. But yeah, if you want to restore from a backup, just go in here and copy the folder itself, paste it back into your, well, I do recommend delete the one that's in your inventory, your saves inventory, then paste the folder back in there. But anyway, that is save backups. We always try to do that here. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early. Peace out and have a good one.